is the Black Decay. Bile, the Great Black Dragon, who has been an antagonist for a lot of the Savior side, which is what we're playing in today. His title is the Black Decay, and he is honored with today's title. Hi, I'm Buck. With us today is Cass and Alara, and checking the audio. Yeah, you guys where you should be.
Yeah.
Guest starring Pangers, total still shot.
I just appreciate that because when you said like guest starring Pinger, I'm like,
I gotta, yeah, that was kind of carry over from from when we did Rev, yeah, like last week. I was like guest starring Panger because he'll show up in the next 4 hours. I guarantee it. We'll see.
And
until
Cass
he's
has
sleeping.
a Panger.
And Cass has a Panger. That is true. And in the background somewhere, like there are Pangers. So I guess.
Oh yeah, it's right there. Yeah, you have it heard. You have it perfectly in your shot, at least.
I have it in shot
in our stream.
You cannot see it on stream. You can see it on our Zoom chat. So for those who are currently watching or checking the VOD.
Is it the hierarchy of Pangers?
Yeah, behind me, that is the book that we wrote, not in 2020, but in 2019, which got us to write the 2020 book, which I'll be very candid. I was thinking about a lot more since I have more free time to think about it.
Yeah.
But continuing on, and Cap even asked, like, I wonder what Dante, Time, Anna, Maple, and Silas are up to right now. Part of the book project during 2020 was as the players and their characters do things in Arhor'ha, I wanted those events to reflect in a sense that would make sense to a reader. Like, what's going on here? So currently, at some point, they'll be flying over New Haven when it's getting attacked, and settling in Crystallis, while Reth is going in that general direction based off of the actions that came mostly from Rev at this point. I know that survivors didn't survive, but at some point in the skeletal arcs, it's like preview for the book that, read it on Amazon. They're also at one point going to go east. They're going to see what happened to Freeport. So even if we don't get to see what happened to Freeport in the season, there will at least be perspectives to the book. That said, into format. We normally do welcome, which I think we're well into the welcoming. I feel good. I have my 3 drinks of choice. Not sponsored by Monster Energy drink and 2 5-hour energy shots. I haven't quite decided which I'm gonna take.
Oh my god.
I was a little tired this morning. I was a little tired.
I would probably just start with the 5-hour energy.
All right.
Be like a nice.
The first,
base.
the important question: which one?
Oh, what are the flavors?
There's blue, which is blue raspberry, and there is, grape.
Blue raspberry.
Blue raspberry.
Blue. You're the blue.
All right. Got some. Nice.
I learned. This is for. I need to type this up for later. I found out stuff about the color blue.
Well, I'm drinking this currently.
Here's a story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. I'll be right back.
Okay. we lost an Alara.
What happened?
What's going on? Because you're like holding on to that for dear life.
I can't reach because my cables. Hang on. Continue the story.
Please continue. All right. So, what'd you learn about blue, Cass? Because we're not doing trivia, and I'm gonna do the recap. It's been a month.
Okay, so apparently the actual pigment blue is really difficult to make for like paints and everything like that.
Yes.
So there was an Egyptian blue that they would make, but they apparently burned all of the recipes for it. So no one knows how to make the Egyptian blue that they used for paints, because I think they did like something with like the devil was going to get. There's a whole thing. So they burned all the recipes to make that color blue that they use in Egyptian painting. There's like cobalt blue, and there's like a couple other different.
Doesn't cobalt blue come from cobalt?
Well, but when you that and what is it? There's like a blue lapis lazuli, but producing that blue pigment causes a sulfuric like gas, so they have to be really careful with how they actually produce it. So it's actually really dangerous to produce the color blue. So
yeah.
I'm learning everything. I know that I thought that the rarest color was purple, hence why it's the color of royalty, because you could only get it from a certain snail on an island. near Greece in Greco-Roman times. This is weird trivia facts with Arhor'ha Adventures.
Yeah.
And that's why it was a sign of royalty, because it was so hard to get a hold of.
The struggle with blue is that it's not really found in nature, other than lapis lazuli. Like it's like not like a true blue. There's always like those deep blues. So they recently, someone was doing experiments on like 3 chemicals, and I cannot remember what they are, but like the chemical compound spells out to YINMN, Yemen. But they were doing experiments on that compound, and they like heated it up really hot, and then they came back the next day, and it was like this bright blue, and it's a blue that can withstand up to 200,000 degrees. So like it's paint that will last forever. Like that pigment will never go bad. It'll never fade in the sunlight. So like they can use it in paint and everything. And it was recently developed in 2009.
Huh.
But it's like this whole big thing because it's so blue. Like someone actually got a hold of the pigment, and when you like they were trying to record it, the blue adjustment, like it kept making everything yellow because it was so blue.
Now I have an important question. As someone
Uh-huh.
who's lived in a city well known for its entertainment, did the person that discovered the Institute, was it the Blue Man Group?
God.
Do they paint themselves with that?
Did they paint themselves with it? Is that exactly? Did they GoFundMe? Did they kickstart that just to make the Blue Man Group just a little blower?
No.
Was
But
it an Arrested Development that made it that way?
Oh, he blew himself. He's like, ah. But no, it's the only really blue pigment that is safe to produce. So they are now trying to make it more mainstream for like painters to use it. It's still not. Like if you want to get the paint, it costs like $137.
I found out, and this week's been a week for all sorts of things.
We're learning.
I would love that link to be thrown in where to get this blue, so we can be like Arhor'ha Adventures,
Yidman
blue
blue.
yourself. Get blued. I found out that there's rare bar equipment from a company called, I think, Birdie, and there's only there's only one bar outside of Japan that holds it, and it's just really high quality stuff, and they're very picky. But how the equipment works allows to do like different like flips and sours a little easier. Well, this is a family stream, but I mean like the equipment itself doesn't typically make it over. It's very interesting during the COVID era that there is distribution that made it over in 2021. So it's uplifting, which we need all the uplifting we can have as we are playing Dungeons & Dragons today, which is a very high stakes. It's the end of the temple that you're currently in, which started 2 months ago.
Something
Running
like that, yeah.
the original
January,
intent.
yeah. Like
Well, it's March, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which originally started. I'll do a full recap. It has been a while. Which started with the War Council that Alara and Company was doing with Dawnbringer, and they petitioned for 2 months to get final counsel. And in doing so, they held over effectively like a hostage, some collateral, which was Nuya. And the counsel they wanted was from Celestian, thinking that if the whole entire pact and deal with the Elohimian or Elo's army had to do with him, why not go to the person he made the deal with to get some information? Final counsel. They left. Took about a month to get to the Starlight Lake? No.
Starset.
Thank you. Starset Lake.
gotcha.
Yeah, let's listen to that song too much. Starset Lake, where Bile was waiting to attack them. And with the help of Sagittarius, one of the Zodiarchs, holding off poisonous, acidic fog from the banks down into the valley, the party of saviors ran through this valley, hopping over tears of acid and swoothing dragon death to make it through the night biome, through the Vale, to the lake, where the entire party and Bile crashed through it like several panes of glass, very action movie-esque, which led them to where they are now, leading through what appears to be a starry oblivion, which has been given form over time. and seeing and hearing different aspects of the god Celestian, walking through his, we'll say, for lack of a better term, his journey. We walked through. I'll go through all of them because, as mentioned to the players a little prior to, this is important. So instead of trivia, like, this is important. The first was thought, which I was lost in a sea of thought. These thoughts were my own, so I must be alive. Was the very first thing before they arrived. When things started being formed, they were introduced with war. I was not alone in thought. Others with different thoughts, conflicting thoughts that struck out each other to survive. Moving on to resources. From the fire of thought came form. Form gave clarity of thought through definition. Yet thought and form now found a new thing to wage war over. Resources hoarded by another. To perspective. Perspective was navigating the labyrinth of thought and form. Required to gain perspective. To revisit the old and travel anew. I wandered. To rest. At first my legs grew weary as my mind grew hungry. There was much to see and infinite perspectives to see it from. Against my own design, I fell to fatigue. I found a rest that threatened to be eternal. At that point during the adventure going through these things was when Cass went into deep sleep. Orion hit a final battle, and Orion actually died and has been put into the equivalent of a floating coffin. It's been traveling with the party. Things popped up about, 3 weeks ago, something to that effect, to finish up the rest of them. It was a lot faster, which was ambition. My mind quietly wandered as I returned to thought. The spark returned to me as faint as a distant star. It grew in time until undeniable that it is not to be found where I am. The need to seek it out requires an ambition to always wander. Last session started back up after we had lost Orion and resolved the Orion Cass rest situation and sparked back up with ambition. The party saw a lot of things that were reflective of what drove them forward, what kept them moving forward. For Cass, it was seeing Troy. With Alara, I believe it was 2, right? It was
Yeah, for Cass it was Troy and Alara, but she reacted more to Troy because Alara was there with her.
Interacted with Troy, and she said the thing effectively Alara is strung up, the fact that she has a lot of faith in her that doesn't need it, and kind of took some treasure thyself, honor thyself moments and spent some time with Troy. Brought Troy over, and those became really the lights that guided things forward. Both Aldebaran and Isaac completely denied anything, assuming that they were tricks or illusions that were impeding their progress. Orion was dead. Ty
saw two figures
and pulled both, and I believe he was all very arrogant and it's well, I've got 2 choices, I choose both. Mm-hmm. Frederick kind of imploded a bit, did the self-loathing activity of I'm choosing none of these because I'm not worthy of bringing them in. He was very disgusted about the whole entire event. And I think Atlas's was Alara at the end of the day, and he pulled Alara in.
Oh.
Yeah. So that was we'll call it for the wandering of ambition. Moved over to enchantment. Enchantment was the star grew brighter as I sought out that light, always and forever. And it was a matter of them. Ambition. It was ambition and enchantment that summed both of them up moving forward. The poles, they were kind of close together. Ambition woke them up. It was actually enchantment that was pushing them through. Kind of the idea of what draws you forward. Connection is the one where you guys started molding things for your little lights.
Yeah.
that was the fun. I think he gave Troy little swords.
He did. He got little stab-ins. Yeah. You got
Yeah. Next one was connection, which was there I found you, as if you were never missing but waiting. A part of my heart lost in creation made new, to be close but just out of reach. And part of that was they could not touch the motes, but could only place things around them to arm them or interact with them. So the idea they could be close but not quite ever interact with these things. The next one was deduction, which brought a lot of interesting conversation about what the root of deduction is, which is removal. Deduction was, what fate would place us so close but so far? What acts could we do together if apart? So that both deduction and connection combined together for that bit of the trial. One was getting access to, what was interacting with. Philanthropy got a little heated. Philanthropy was that we were greater than ourselves, for the cosmos is enriched by our being. Every action sent through the sea to fill it with every color of the soul. And everyone, almost everybody, gave up something of great meaning during that time. They dropped it in a puddle. That's where Alara and Frederick had it out, because Alara like put in her timekeeper that she got from Mig. That was like a source of like her origins of like wandering along with the book. And Frederick saw that and freaked out. Had some yelly words, and gave up his sword, which was a huge thing that I don't think Isaac gave context, but was just kind of like shocked, because it was kind of like giving up like your right arm, or like breaking your sword arm, breaking your profession, so to speak. Ty, I think, gave up, I think it was Orion, because he was at this point still in denial that Orion was gone. Like the old Marvel things, like, oh, the heroes are dead. Let's just wait and they'll come back. So
he's come back before. So
he's come back before, as has Ty. And they're old souls to the world of death and rebirth. It ended up that Cass gave up her Pisces ability to give life, but in doing so gave up like the ability to give life at all, which was very impactful, and she took me to take a moment to like really reconcile with what she gave back to the world, because it was philanthropy. I'm missing someone. Oh yeah, Isaac kind of gave a token, like an item, and
Aldebaran gave up his mask.
Aldebaran gave up his mask, right, when he was very scarred and disfigured.
And Alara, did we talk about what Alara gave up?
The time thing, which caused the Frederick anger.
Yeah. Oops.
And it's, speaking of like earlier on, prior to before the revival of last session, there was a moment of like indignation of how people were handling the temple. Alara, like very presumptuous and arrogant. And prior to, I think it was before Rest. I think it was Ambition.
It was with Gemini.
It was,
Gemini.
Mm-hmm. And Gemini was perspective, so it was around perspective that happened. So it was the second time that the party had some deep words to say about each other. Moving on was dedication. This is where everyone was following the figure, the masked figure that is presumed to be Celestian. By the time you get to part with dedication, which is for every step required the will for the next, to tread unwavering, to build upon itself until the end of time. I think at that point, like, Ty got a good like punch in, and like everyone was trying to stop Ty from like engaging, in a temple of said deity. Yeah.
Please stop punching the god that we are in his temple.
Punching the god. Please stop punching the god.
I get you're angry.
Yep. Which led to the last two parts, which were the big bulk exposition pieces of last session, which was knowledge and then emotion. For knowledge, it was, as the light grew within you, as did fanciful thoughts, and I knew myself through you, and I knew trials yet awaited you as they did me, and I wondered what questions we would answer together. The party came here to get questions answered. This was their opportunity to ask any questions they wanted. And I think at the end there was around 16 questions that were asked.
Yeah.
I don't remember what those are off the top of my head, but they're in last session. Hopefully you guys took good notes for them, because that was literally the treasure you guys sought. And for every question that the party asked, the person masking as Celestian asked questions back. And they were not light questions like, what's your favorite food? The ones I remember, what was it? For Ty, it was like, why? And it's like, because
Ty
you
got,
could.
like, punched
Oh,
in the face.
He knocked him down a few pegs. Like, well, it's like, well, because you could and you would. Just meh. Like, you're not the chosen one.
Yeah,
you're just
why
the
did you choose me?
one.
'Cause you
You're just the one who would do it. So,
poor Ty, like, so pissed off. It's like, why did you even choose me? Because you would do it. It's like, God damn it.
don't appreciate being duped by a god. And I think forget what Frederick asked specifically, like, why she had to die, and just kind of like just had to happen.
Yeah, like it was just
The idea there's limits. Yeah. And the last thing that was left prior to was emotion. Was yet I forgot that thoughts find themselves to war, and the pain of loss appeared when it did not before. Lament and reckless rage, vengeance I was unprepared to feel, which leads us to the current. The group was. Then you hear the roar of the dragon in the distance, and sent through the portal, or that water everyone was like trying to finagle with throughout the temple, that sends them back to the beginning, which is where we currently are on stream. And we will pick up there. I will, before I say and scene, there was a lot to do with the equipment. I'm gonna hand wave a bunch of this because that's way too complicated at this point. The things that were declared for your characters are there, like the staff. So it would be immediately after like landing there, resolving that out. I'm going to just say that a lot of the more item focused characters focused on the items, and the two of you focused on what you requested, and we'll resolve this out when we all move over to Foundry.
Yeah, I know, at
temple.
least in terms of just like a good general idea of what happened is that Alara has her staff now, because it like disintegrated before, so we made sure that she had another staff. And then Aldebrand got a sword, which means Cass was able to give her Daylight sword too.
We haven't gotten to that part yet. I think that's got some meaning behind it.
Gotcha.
As opposed to inventory management, the dins. So we'll go with the ones that I don't think we'll say have no narrative or emotional charge. Like
Alara's got a new stand.
Yeah, like you could. I would even argue that has some charge to it too. If you want to start playing that out, like we can actually start with Alara getting her staff.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's scene. So Alara, you've got free reign to like how you went about getting. I think you put it on a box. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But we'll start there. If not, then you put it on a box. And you got it out of the box the same way the Destiny Blade did with
Because to get items, we had to put it on a box and think of the item.
Yeah. Okay.
Versus like putting it on something that already existed.
Okay.
Yep. And scene with Legend of Zelda style item from a box from Alara.
So in my panic of hearing a dragon roar in the distance, Alara slaps the constellation onto the box and thinks really hard because she doesn't have a staff now, and she flips the box open, and don't ask me how this works, but there's a beautiful staff that she picks up and pulls out of the box and looks it over, and it's really cool. It's silver looking. It's very, the top of it has lots of like cool designs on it, and then like a crystal in the middle that like has like constellation in it. Yeah.
And
she
we
turns
connection. I can't
connection. That was
Virgo?
Enchantment is Virgo.
Oh.
Shit. I never remember. That was Gemini?
No, Libra.
No, Gemini's perspective.
Connection
I remember
is Libra. Yeah.
Remember
Shit,
Gemini
right.
being perspective because we had to split.
That's right. Okay. Libra. This is a staff
We got this.
made from the constellation Libra. She turns around to look at the rest of the party. Well, this will work.
Can you
Atlas
try
takes
it
out
out?
his gigantic sword.
his huge sword like is there something small you can do to test it out?
I mean, I don't want to waste anything on the actual staff.
Well, that's why like if out of character, like a cantrip of something, like a blast of stars. Make a cool effect.
Like the idea of like a sacred flame.
Yeah.
I will use it to make a flame, sacred flame.
Okay. So as you get your bearings to the staff of constellations, you notice that when you channel divine energy through it, it has a sort of a tracer effect. So it leaves like a beam of light. And when you're doing certain incantations, think of it like music and volume. When you put more energy, it gets like a dot and brightens up. And then when you're moving your hand motion, like gesturing it, it creates lines, and you create literally like Doctor Strange-esque figures in the air before you finish the cantrip.
Ooh.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's cool. This is beautiful.
Hey, Atlas is also like enamored with it. He's like I went for. It's like you can see him as his eyes like, I went for force, but that's cool.
He's like, I got this extra stabbins, but like pretty is cool. Like, look how pretty.
I must learn elegance.
And hopefully this will aid us against, bile.
I think it will, and I think it fits you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
She's like really nervous.
Yep. While that's going on, Frederick did get his sword back, and he has it like he's just holding it like sword and scabbard because he threw it in the pond, so to speak.
Right.
And at the moment, just going off of the Discord conversations, Aldebrand is trying to convince him to use it because he has a sword now. And at the point, like, Aldebrand has the day sword and a spear. The two of them are going back and forth. Like, okay, I have the spear, and I have a backup sword, and you have that. You should give your dagger back to Isaac. And like Frederick's just not paying attention to him. Like that idea, like that tension sound.
Does he seem like almost dazed? I think.
Yes.
Or like kind of. Okay.
Yeah, he's just. Give me an insight check.
I will give you an insight check. Okay. Don't be bad.
23.
Oh, okay.
He's going through a cocktail of emotions. He is dazed because he is overwhelmed. He is in disbelief, so he's in a state of denial. He is angry. He is disgusted. He's hopeful. He doesn't have his footing, and Aldebrand and Isaac like going over battle plans.
Yeah.
Irrelevant to his emotional state, is like he's just completely tuned them out.
Since this is insight, how would Frederick react to Cass holding his hand?
He probably would like withdraw. You've seen it happen with like Alara in the past when Alara tried to touch him when he was overwhelmed.
Okay.
Like,
so yeah, because like I'm trying to like so instead what I'm gonna do is kind of go like to Isaac and Aldebrand, but like take a step back for a little bit. Just give me a little bit of time with him.
Because they're NPCs now, roll persuasion.
Yeah.
Ooh.
$16. I'll roll. Both of them have very stubborn personalities. So you tell them to do that. Let's see. Let me think of a very Isaac thing to do would be, it's important that we get everything in order. There's a dragon ahead. And Albrand's like, yeah, let's get ready to go.
It is important that we get everything ready to go, but what you are doing currently isn't helping.
Like every second that we wait here, our enemy gains the upper hand.
That's true. However, Frederick is not the only person here in this fight. Why don't you make sure that Atlas understands what we need to do in Ty?
So Atlas looks over. He hears his name, like just like leans over, like past Alara's shoulder, like I heard my name.
They're planning on trying to figure out what we need to do. So maybe you want to go and talk with them.
Yeah, like kind of looking into like Atlas and Ty, like, why don't you guys make sure that we are all on the same page for what we need to do, and I can talk to Frederick for a little bit.
Ty nods and goes, looks to like Aldebrand and Isaac and pulls them for like a war council. Like
if you fail with 2 NPCs, try the other 2 NPCs. Like you do.
All right, so the 4 of them take some time getting their battle strategy together. Okay.
Anka's gonna kind of look at Frederick and just like breathe. Just take a deep breath.
Takes a deep breath.
I know that someone's sword can have a lot more meaning behind it. So what does your sword mean to you?
So he holds out his sword, like by the scabbard, and just holds it upright. I pledged on this sword wrong things, and I had rejected it, and I have it again. To fight for Elohim, to protect its citizenry, to protect those that are important. But, and he just kind of looks at it, a sword can't protect anything. It's an instrument of death. And I was too naive to understand that the moment the words left my lips, it was a broken promise.
I think that a sword can protect. But you need to have the right feeling and the right meaning behind it. And I don't want you to have to use something that feels so out of sync with what you are doing and who you are currently. So if you do not feel right using that sword, then I don't use that sword. But
he puts like the sword like down a bit and just puts it on he straps it on his back, so it's like a back sword. Like, and he takes out like his dagger. Like, it is not, looks to Cass and it's like, it's not who I am anymore. It's a burden that I'll have to bear, but it doesn't need to be who I am.
I think one day you may be able to reconcile with that part of who you are, and I hope that you do. But you do protect people, and you are a great fighter. And
persuasion.
Trying new consulate? No. Not really helping. It's like a personal conversation.
You're just like in the background, like, ooh. Alright. So 16 in the grand scheme of things is still very convincing.
Like, I do not want to throw you into a battle with just a dagger. That is certain death, and that is not something that you deserve.
So Frederick looks to Cassandra and says, a weapon's just a weapon, right? It's how you use it. I have shackled myself to thinking I could honor promises that I could never keep. It's a curse. Plain and simple.
Then maybe you just need some more light in your life. Can you please do me the honor of using my sunlight sword instead?
I think Aldebrand currently has it. Just
He does. I'm gonna get it from Aldebrand. Aldebrand has another weapon. I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck about
So you just take it from him?
Oh yeah, I
All
told
right.
him he's not allowed to get rid of it. He's gonna give it back to me. I'm like, Aldebrand, you have another weapon. I just grab my sword back.
His droba goes. Power tool that it is, yeah.
It's like I cannot ask you to use the sword on your back that has so much weight, but please use this instead. It has been used many times by me to protect, and I know that you will find a way to use it to protect us as well.
So, Frederick reaches out, like, one hand to the sword, like, scabbard. He makes sure that your hand's on the scabbard, too. Like, that's, like, customary of how it's handed over. He looks deep into Cass's eyes for just a moment. And give me another insight check.
It's not gonna be a crit. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell he's
close.
You can tell
Yeah.
he's doing his best. I stand by for like Hunger Game, I suppose. Somebody who's broken, but is walking on like shards of glass, but he's still walking, like that sort of like look in his eyes. So he grabs the sword. Today is a different day. Today is a new dawn. Be it a minute, an hour, or a lifetime. It's time to start walking the light. Thank you for your example, Cassandra Yvonne. I won't forget it.
And she just kind of like nods to him, knowing that like words at that point aren't needed. And she just kind of like takes a step back to allow him. He seems like a person that needs to reflect in space. He needs his own.
Yeah.
So then she nods, like keeps it silent, and then she kind of pulls back to Alara.
Yep.
What did you say to him?
I've seen the look in his eyes of many broken soldiers. It's gonna take some time, but he has a sword. He has a way to protect himself. And if we can get through this, then we can get through the days to come.
Okay. Let's one step at a time. And now he has one of your swords.
Yes. Just it's giving me the feeling that I need to stock up on more swords. It is nice. More swords. More swords. It's like more people going out like, do you need a sword? Got another sword. Do you need a sword? Got
Party's got a lot of
horses.
swords.
It's mainly Cass who's just like, you want my third sword? Another sword. This is my hidden leg sword.
All right, so Alara, Cass, anything else you want to talk about amongst yourselves as Fredericks for a moment?
This isn't. I know that we're on the turf that we need to be on for this fight. But I'm still worried.
Why?
This is a big fight.
I mean, you know, I guess the worst thing that could happen is we die.
Yes.
And I feel like I'm not helping at all.
Like, the worst that can happen is death. Like, yes, that is.
But I mean, if we're gonna fight him, this feels like the best place to do it. don't know. I feel just a bit of hope about it. I'm terrified, but I feel like it's something that we can do.
You believe that Celestian is a good god.
Yeah. Why did you say it like that?
No, it's just like I just like, then we will be fine.
Does she seem like she's being sincere about that statement? Can I insight check her?
Yes. No, she is being sincere.
Yeah.
She's essentially saying, like, you believe that he is good. So because you have that belief, she believes that they will be okay.
Oh.
Like, it is a sincere statement.
Okay.
But it can come off as like, you believe it?
Force of character that you are.
Yeah. So now we prepare.
Do we hear him still?
Oh yeah, thrashing
roaring?
around like a beast in a cage. So the environment that you're on is still this like polished, almost glass-like flooring with like cuts that are not square in nature. They're very true to what the map looks like, and that they're these weird angles that make up the flooring.
Makes me feel kind of like a prism.
Yeah, like it's almost pseudo, like there is an organized chaos almost to it, like this beautiful organized chaos to it. And the walls that go like high up, and they're sharp to similar angles, and they're also not matte or textured, they're glossy as well, very smooth in nature, and they go high up, straight to the ceiling. And the whole entire, like, everything about the walls and the floors and the ceiling still feels very like abstract in nature. Like if you were trying to explain what a house of glass looks like in a children's book. But you'll notice when there's like more of this roaring that the structure of it appears to weaken. Like the idea of the lines appear to fade, almost as though like they melt together. And the walls almost appear to vibrate in a way. They become fuzzy and out of focus before focusing once again.
There is a moment, because at this point they received back the things that they gave up in philanthropy, correct?
That's correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That already okay. So, like, Cassie's gonna touch her heart a little bit and look to Alara. She's like, I need you to promise me something.
Oh, okay.
If we're fighting and things do not go in our favor, you need to leave. You need to get out of here alive.
Well, I'm not gonna leave without
you. No, you need to get out of here alive. Can you promise me that if things go wrong, you will leave me behind?
I don't want to make that promise, Cassandra. That I can't do this by myself. So I mean, if you go, then
you can. I've been by your side, here to protect you. But you are fully capable of doing this by yourself, and you need to make it back to save your father. I don't need to be there for your father to be saved, but you do.
Okay. I'll promise, but it's not gonna happen. You'll make it just alongside me.
And that may be the case. But thank you.
Foreshadow.
I mean, they're fighting a dragon. It's a very realistic situation she's seeing.
Yeah, the threat you're looking at is pretty dire.
It's really high.
So when you start having this moment, like Ty comes on over. Big, hulking Ty. It's just at that point, like, oh, okay. Ty looks to Cass like, what are you saying?
That Alara needs to make it through this fight.
Of course she's gonna make it through this fight. Ty says, like, puts like one, and his hands are just huge, so it's like larger than like Ty's shoulder, like Alara's shoulder, like one hand on. Like, of course she's gonna make it through. So are you. All of us are gonna make it through. And then looks at Orion. Most of us are gonna make it through.
And like Cass smiles, like it's not a full, like it's not a believable smile. It's like a little bit of like, it's like, and of course.
And then like Ty like stands like between them, like it's like two small people, like one large person. Yeah, and he looks to the remaining 4 that are out there, like they're playing with their toys because like Atlas is very much team like Isaac Aldebrand and like I've got a cool toy and like this kid in a candy store like thing. And Frederick is the solemn like brood master that he is in that one corner by himself, and he stands there between Cass and Alara. It's like, when you lead people, Cassandra, even if you yourself doubt, you must show none of it. He looks like straight ahead them. He's like, I don't know what you said to Alara, but I know it came from a good place. Right now, what people need is a reason to keep on going. A reason to fight. Not a reason to die, but a reason to live. Even if no one knows, and looks down to Alara, what's going to happen, and looks to Cass, even if no one knows for certain, not even the gods know, evidently. So we choose our destiny. And he lets his hands off, and he faces the corridor. It's like, even if the gods break every star in the sky, we'll fucking make our own.
That is well said, Ty.
He's like, that's because I'm amazing.
The guy of this thing that they call Asa.
Yes. Did not was it stick the landing? And then so that after this is amazing, he's like Ty looks to Frederick and like he's like, Frederick. He's like,
it's like, what? Why?
He's like, why do you fight? And there's a roaring in the background. The temple's shaking. Ty don't give a fuck. Looks to Cass. Looks all like, why do you fight? Why do we go into the jaws of peril today? And Frederick's like, has this I've been put on the spot look. Like I'll come back to you, Frederick!
He's like, Cass was nice and calm. What is this? Hold on.
And then
yelled at.
Then Ty looks to Cass, like passes the baton. Like, Cass, why do you fight? Why are we here today?
We're here for the people that can't protect themselves, and for the world of Arhor'ha to keep it safe.
Here, people of Arhor'ha, keeping them safe. Looks to Frederick, he's like,
he's like, going back to Frederick. Nope, going back around.
Looks to Isaac. Why here? It's like, needs to be done. It's like, Alara, why are we here today? Why do we fight?
She like grips her staff like, yeah, for this world and the people that are here on this piece of land, and for my friends and my family and for my heart.
Friend, family, heart, hoorah! And like, yeah, Alice is like, yeah, hoorah, hoorah. He's like, put me in, coach. I got one. Let me do. He's literally stomping on the ground a little bit. Like, this shaking works really well. It's like, Alice, why are you here? It's like, to save everybody. He takes a little sword. Everybody.
He goes Super Saiyan. His hair
Yeah. No. no like anime sparks. He's like he tries to make them. It's like if I think hard enough, it will ignite. It doesn't. It will ignite. And Aldebrand's like spear is like to fight. It's like yes, some spark.
Oh god, I'm sorry. It just makes me think of what was it, Ragnarok, like the Thor Ragnarok, where like Thor is in there and he gets angry and his hands just like sparkle a little bit. It's like, oh, like Mr. Sparkle's over there.
At the end, yeah, with the ship.
It's like, oh, you sparkle.
Sparkles. And then Ty looks to Frederick like you're on.
Come on, man.
Frederick says, why do you fight? It's like, to forgive myself. And then Ty's like, to be worthy of forgiveness in the presence of great people and great deeds. It starts today. The light has to shine in one day at a time, and that is why I fight. And that is why I will fight today. I was like, yes! And Ty takes out Sunder and looks to cast like sword in the air, like the Arhor'ha thing. Weapons to air!
She gets out her baby holy avenger. Yeah!
Our names may be forgotten in the annals of history. Our deeds may be lost. But what we do here will never be forgotten. Courage is never forgotten. And he turns around, he starts walking. Cape just gets that nice breeze.
Hi, that's the wrong way.
Yeah. And then he turns around.
Like,
never forgotten!
I just imagine he has like his own fan that he brings with him. Like, yes.
Yeah.
Walk with me.
He's like, where is my bard? I need a bard that's giving me like background music for this inspiring speech.
Oh my god.
All right, so Ty starts walking northbound. Finally, gets the right direction. Got caught up in his own moment. And you ready to do this? Brace thyself.
All right. We got this. We've got this. We're not nervous.
No. Oh.
Well, yep.
So, it's everyone's inspiring speech and commentaries and the reason you fight. It gets put really to the test. You walk down the corridor and you can feel this air against you, and everything in here has had this almost like clean linen smell to it. Something like very fresh, but something very muted at the same time. But stepping further in, the air becomes more like acidic. It assails the nose. Like when you snort like salt water or something like that, it stings a little bit. And the ground itself lacks that shine. It becomes more rough and matte and almost uneven, as though it is etched in places as you walk towards and see a room that its lines are being almost tethered by these balls of light across the entire area, tethering him almost like spider webs and pulling him apart. There are these different like towers and constellation of lights that are constantly whipping like vines to hold on to various parts around him, like little ropes, and tugging and pulling at him, trying to bind him. To the point where there's at times two of him. One, the actual huge-ass dragon, made of black and red, and a more ethereal, silvery version of him that is being pulled from with different ropes on the ethereal part of him. And as you step in, you notice that these pillars, these central fonts of where the energy is coming from, which for lack of a better term are like very cylindric and go up, like having markings around them at the top, and that's where the tether is like come onto, is he has destroyed a couple of them, and the amount that he has destroyed. Let's see how far Bile has been busy. He's been very busy.
He's been very busy.
6 of them are already broken.
Jeez. I will, like, I know we're not, like, focusing too much on mechanics of everything. But essentially, right before they go in, Cass holds her weapon and almost like she kneels down and holds it and it glows.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, a sacred weapon, but she's basically getting ready for battle, where she's holding on to it. You see it glowing and almost like sparkle with starlight at the edges of it. As she like sees this whole scene, she's like, well, shit, okay, let's just get some sparkle sword going on here.
Some sparkle sword. All right, so I am turning red the ones that are broken, which could be noticed because the pillars, they either have like a fracture and they're leaning over, or in some places they're completely toppled over. Think of, we'll go with like Sea of Thieves, the mast falls a bit, or it's cracked to the side. These pillars are all, the ones that are red are highly damaged. The tethers that are on there are slack. They are not as tense as the other.
As a question.
Okay.
We were looking at this. The pillars that he's been destroying, do they look like things that have been helping keeping him contained?
Yes, like the pillars. So these pillars that come from the ground, they're circular and they're cylindric and they go up. And across them, they're like holding on to these like wires, and the wires of this white silvery light are going off to Bile and holding on to like his wrists or his arms or his neck. And they are actively like pulling at him.
Okay. So it could be assumed that we are going to want to restore the ones that he's broken, if we can.
That is a fair assumption.
Okay.
So as you walk in to see this scene, and you like pray for sacredness.
It's like, oh dear God.
Like you see this behemoth, like large as a house. Black dragon, like, attempt to flap his wings. Only one of them is able to do so. It's kind of like shrugging over when you have like a heavy coat on, and one of his talons like grips the ground and claws in. As his one good eye, because one of his eyes is all messed up, his one non-scarred eye looks at the party. As the roar like rumbles down. It is time to end this and feast upon your pain. Now, you can see that with your presence here, he's actually gotten stronger.
Oh, great.
And he buffets that one wing and like pops some of the wires that flail around wildly and like reconnect.
Oh.
It's like fighting Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur is the room.
Maybe Venusaur?
Venusaur, sure, whatever.
Go the higher level, not like
we got an army of Bulbasaurs versus Bile. It's a B&B.
B&B.
So Cass kind of like surveys the thing, and what I was saying before, like you can see all the tethers. So we realize that we're gonna need to get those tethers back.
Yeah.
And so she looks to, Ty and Atlas, Isaac, Aldebaran, and Frederick. Like, can you run a distraction with Bile? And Alara and I can try to restore his tethers.
Yeah. They nod like, yep. We will. We'll keep Bile busy.
Yeah.
Is that the plan? Well, knowing what I know about the characters, Aldebaran's already off. Ty doesn't want him to go by himself. Isaac would actually ask questions. Is the plan to restore the tethers? Is that the crux of it?
Currently, yes. I think if we have him more restrained, we may have more ability to keep him here.
It looks like those pillars are trying to separate him as well.
And I'm not quite sure if maybe the separation will make it easier to keep him here. Like maybe it's creating an astral sea version of him that will.
So
like,
as we go through, as we already start getting the question lands, let me explain how a few of these things work. One, Alara, you do not feel as though you are alone here. You catch out of the corner of your eye a white owl. So who's perched high and is watching. If you feel if you ever get lost, you can ask for help.
Okay.
Like it's not really, no one's telling you this. It's more like a feeling. Like if you're in class, if you feel like lost, you could ask the teacher.
And they're not.
The teacher
It's not
didn't
like they're
tell
doing
you.
it for you, but they're helping you.
Right.
Yeah.
Isaac looks and said, okay. So he stays as far back as he possibly can.
Yep.
And attempts to keep them healed. Atlas and Frederick look to the two of you. Like,
You want to stay by our sides, don't you?
need to know what we need to do. Frederick says. It's like, and he's like, he turns around and is like, no, I know what we need to do. And he just runs after. And Atlas like looks at the two of them. Me too? Like, he's just more confused. He's like, me too. He just goes.
I was like, I help. Like, you got a new sword, buddy. You gotta use your brand new big slash it.
Takes his sword out. All right, so the distraction group and the main group.
And like as we're going around, just for like mindset, knowing where we're going, like as wherever Alara goes, Cass is essentially a barrier between her and Bile.
Okay.
Every time they walk, she's essentially a shield.
All right, so the way these mechanics, the way the flow of this event works is that I'm going to capture what your intents are.
Okay.
If I need to roll something, we'll roll something. The result of it, and then Bile will similarly have something they do. For example, the battle rage is on. So in this case, the group dashes into the fray. Aldebrand first with his spear as a very tangled Bile goes to swipe, and it's slow, like the earth itself and rocks are crumbling as he attempts to sweep with the amount of force he has. And Aldebrand like ducks like completely out of the way, and everyone like jumps up and slashes down on his arms, attempting to avoid the coil. So you see the bright flash of the white light from the Dawn Sword, and the drilling sound of from Aldebrand.
Oh God!
As everyone clashes,
just
everyone
remembering
just, like,
how
clashes
that
into
thing works.
as they clash with Bile. So now you are at the entrance. The distraction party has thoroughly gathered Bile's attention as they are fighting with him.
Can we tell? Like, I know that these are all, like, we can see the red is where
Yes.
we need to.
The
go.
red are the broken ones, right? And
Can
to
we-
make life easier, I gave text. Hopefully, you can see the text.
Yeah,
Yes.
I do see the text. Can we see? Like, I'm assuming like there's constellations showing that. Can we see them from where we are?
You can see the constellations from where you are. Yeah, and the
Okay.
constellations are easily identifiable by Alara of what they are, because they're not the astrological symbol. They are literally the star constellations that are wrapped around
Gotcha.
this thing.
I mean, we might as well go in order. Do you want to go to the resources one first? And just like tilted for shield. This one.
That or the order of the constellations as a whole.
Yeah,
Like the ones that are out, but in the order of the constellation. The 12 constellations.
do we want to look at a whole one first? There's one right next to us. Do we want to try seeing what it should look like first?
Yeah, let's just see what is that we could possibly do.
Okay, so I guess we're going to Aquarius because it's right next to them.
Yeah.
Okay, and since you had a lot of like conversation in that, it's just 30 feet. Keep in mind that those thick lines are walls, so you have to use the stairs to get up there.
Oh, right, the stairs are over
20,
here, so you gotta go around.
Yes.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah. So go ahead and like
Okay.
undo.
I was here.
Yeah, over here.
Yeah, and figure out where 30 feet will take you. The stairs themselves are 20 feet of upward stairs.
Oh, right, okay. So...
I forget the buttons.
And...
Right click. So that would put like Alara here.
Yeah.
and then I would be... That's 10. And then 15, 20. I can probably get up there.
You
Like,
can get,
just up the stairs.
they're 20 feet of stairs upwards. So.
Oh, then yeah, up the stairs.
All right. Laura and Cass, you make your dash along the wall as the battle rages on the main group. And battle continues to engage. The battle rages on as the group of 5 fight Bile. This time he clomps down like to bite do the Orion destroyer with his maw. And it is Isaac who throws a blast of fire. It is one good eye last moment that moves him out of the way. And everyone takes a good swipe at his exposed neck as the beast roars in combat. All right.
I'm pretty sure we can get to Aquarius.
Aquarius is... Keep in mind that those thick lines are 20 feet of wall.
Right. Oh, so wait, we have to go over here.
Yes.
So it's almost like Taurus is actually the smarter one to go to.
You're looking at this like multi-tiered labyrinth.
Yeah.
So as opposed to like two-dimensional, think of it like you're in a cavern that has like tiers upwards.
I think actually going here is going to be the smarter one, because going all the way up to here is going to be a little bit difficult.
Okay, yeah, let's try to
Like-
get to that one.
Okay, so let's see.
So you can dash, that'd be 60 feet of total movement.
So, yeah, I can get right to...
So you and Alara, so that we get away from the numbers, both you and Alara make it to the Taurus column.
Okay.
And when you get to the column, you notice that this very cylindric object has the constellation like wrapping around constantly, and halfway through, it is tilted to the side. As you approach, you start hearing like whispers in your ear. And we'll do the Taurus, right?
Yes, Taurus.
Which one of... This is all about choices. Which one of you would like to hear the phrase, this is the puzzle part, and provide the answer?
I think Alara would be good to hear it.
Okay. All right. So there are parts... There are parts of the statement that go in your mind that are staticky or whispery. So what you're looking for is to mend it to replace what is missing. And the first phrase is, from the of thought came form. How do you respond?
Oh God!
You got this. I know
Fire.
the answer.
All right. Fire of thought came form. Yes. Right at the buzzer. Correct. So you say it. So Alara would then scream out fire, and you'll notice that a part of the pillar reconstructs itself, like it straightens back up, as though the words herself like tether to it, and straighten it up and mend it with a red, fiery light. And I will fix this coloring as it is repaired.
Yeah! Woo! Oh, we've got this. You've got this, maybe.
And vines, Venusaur vines of white
Venusaur
silvery lights wrap out to go back against and attach back to Bile, who responds in the heat of battle too. Boop. The battle rages on.
And since, just from my mindset, since only one of us is hearing and responding, am I able to essentially aid, like give help or send anger?
Not in this case, no.
Not in
You're
this case,
effectively
okay.
doing it together. It's the choice of, is more of a DM thing. Like, only one of you can answer.
Oh no, I was saying, like, can I send, like, Panger to the fighting group to give them help?
Do you want to send Panger to the fighting group?
For this, yes, to give
All
them
right.
help.
While you're doing that, Panger is sent off to go help the group, and he effectively he mounts himself on the Orion coffin and uses it as a surfboard. So he's
Excellent. So just imagine that little Panger face we've got as the guest. Just
Captain Panger. Just he uses the coffin as a battering ram.
I'm picturing Pikachu from Pokemon Snap on the circle.
Good.
Good. All right.
Chonkin legs just. It's
Ty sees Ty sees that things reconnect, and it begins to further separate Bile. Like it rips around him. You see that as opposed to his physical form, it's getting that silvery form and drawing him across.
I'm gonna hope that that's
Ty.
what you want.
Yeah, Ty yells back, "Whatever you're doing, it's working."
It's like, let's hope this is what we want.
We got this.
Yeah!
The battle rages on. Bile roars out as more of him is tethered down. So his response is that the battle rages on. So it's a net neutral between both the offensive and defensive parties. Go ahead, Alara,
Okay.
you've succeeded.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You are 20 feet up.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think Ares is the closest one, but we're not going to get there. We can run maybe to there. No, but we're going to have to. I think Ares is the closest. I think we can maybe do like a circle around.
I would like to also point out, because fun action cinematic things, that's a jumpable distance depending on your strength.
Oh, true. From
Yeah.
here to here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Cass could make it. Could Alara make it?
Has like 3 versions of Misty Step if she fails.
Oh, that's very true. Okay,
That's true.
let's try a jump.
All right, give me an athletics test.
Oh, that's fun.
Both of us?
Hey, if you're both jumping.
There we go. That took a while. I clicked it.
Okay. And what's Cass's strength?
20.
Okay. So Cass, you make it across. Alara, you're going to like do the jump didn't quite make it. Reach out the hand, the Cassandra thing at the last moment. So Cassandra, give me an attack, just one of your sword attacks to see if you can grab her hand.
Oh, I'll absolutely try to grab her hand. Let's see.
Okay, you do. A 4, but like a 13 still doesn't.
Right? If you
right.
actually look at what that base number is, real bad. But
So you guys don't make it to Ares, but you do grab Alara, and pull her to the side.
Thank you.
of course.
But you know what that means? It means Bile and the battle rages on. Oh.
Oh, no.
Does not just rage on. There is a setback.
Oh no.
Bitch.
You been.
So
How dare
being
you.
further tied down with these fresh vines, the party itself is taking on the offensive to work down his material form with powerful weaponry and drills. However, Isaac takes the opportunity to blast a fireball with his the seething lights at a big honking part of his shoulder. And Bile takes that opportunity to twist, grab and snap down one set of vines that were previously on him, breaking the tethers from the Gemini pillar.
Gosh darn it.
Shit.
It's okay. We'll get there. It's in our trajectory. It's fine.
And when he does that, you notice that almost like drinking water, absorbs back in.
Oh, yep.
To reset too. No one apologizes for it. They just continue on their battle.
Yeah.
I look to Cass. Maybe we need to cover more ground instead of being side by side here. If you focus a pillar and I go to focus a pillar.
And do 2 at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take. Do you want me to take this one? Do you think you can take Gemini?
She looks over to where it is.
It's a ways away. Yeah.
And over to Bile. I'm like, yeah.
As the house-sized dragon like crashes down the ground, the sort of thing that would like destroy a minotaur in a single
You can
hit.
probably Misty Step a good portion of the way there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let's see, here.
And then once you get to Gemini, like Cancer isn't that difficult.
30 would put me at the stairs. I could just dash, right?
You would also drop down 20 feet.
Oh fuck! Can I Misty Step down that far?
Or
How
up,
far
yeah.
is
You can.
Like you,
Oh,
you could probably just walk and then Misty Step over to like something like this. Like you can walk to a more advantageous point.
Right, because it's considered like a quick or a bonus action. Like you can like
Yeah.
run, you can run off like Freebird, like I got this.
Oh yeah, okay. So I see, oh, that's dope. So I see this ledge here.
Mhm.
So I nod to Cassandra and I start running. And I jump off of that ledge there, but I Misty Step in the air and then land.
Yeah.
All right, give me an acrobatics test.
Okay, hang on.
Okay. So you do that and you do land. You do that badassery. It puts you on the bottom side of this, not the top side of it. You're like cool.
Oh.
So you're trying to like do like a handspring up there, but you end up not in the quite angle. So your angle and your hands like just slide down the smooth part. So you safely go, but you're on the lower tier as opposed to the higher tier.
That's
Okay.
it's not far.
No.
It's,
Yeah, it's not bad.
yeah. And I'm fairly positive Cass can make it here
Yes.
in the time. Like walking up the stairs.
So you, Cass, you get to this pillar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh. War just felt right for Cass to go
Yeah,
to.
it feels so you're surrounded by, we'll call it familiar fire. Like when there's those familiar like scents in places like take you back, get that deja vu sense. It takes
Yeah.
Cass back to the burning church of the Inquisition, and like Ty was there. It's just a feeling, and says, "I am." That's all that is said. I am.
I am.
I am literally just I am blank.
Not alone in thought.
You feel like the fire raging around you.
Others with different thoughts, conflicting thoughts, thoughts that struck out at each other to survive. And she's like watching, like, is this?
Oops. I am. It gets louder, and you notice that Aldebrand, his body seems cracked like cracked magma around his chest, and it's spreading.
So then I was like, war.
And when you do that, you see Aldebrand like drop to his knees.
This is concerning. I'm like,
Yeah.
ooh. Oh no.
And he ignites into fire, like immolated, and the fire itself whips around the pillar, and it restores itself as a pillar of fire. However, Aldebrand is currently on fire.
That's concern.
Oh.
All right.
Well then.
Hmm.
Choices were made way before this session.
That's true. I think that would have happened no matter what because of that choice. Oh no. Oh, maybe it's because one of them is on fire.
Mhm.
They're a little distracted. Like, I'm
So
sorry.
while the fire is happening, Bile takes the moment to throw, like scoop up like an upward swing and throw Aldebrand at Cassandra, like through the fire, attempting to break the pillar. And it dislodges like Aldebaran all the way over here. And Cass, give me a Constitution saving throw.
I was gonna say, could she catch him on her shield?
Oh, you're gonna catch him all right.
Okay.
The Constitution saving throw is gonna Constitution saving throw. 25. All right.
She got a lot of Constitution. She's a hefty girl. She's got.
You are knocked again. You catch him on the shield, but the two of you with such force, you've been fighting Bile, and it's a reminder of just how much power this thing has. It's more like getting hit with a ballista. So you do catch him, like you catch a ballista bolt to the shield. So two of you are like propelled off.
I had a plan. That plan has changed.
You don't get an action.
Yep.
And for tracking your health, 16 points of bludgeoning damage.
Jeez.
As Aldebaran is like still on fire, he also looks quite fucked up. So it's just Alara. Cass, you're spending your turn like getting back up effectively.
How fucked up does he look?
Oh, he looks bloody, and from how Aldebaran plays character, he's getting back up to get back into the fight.
I have to double check.
He's hard to tell where he is because he is on fire.
Well, it was an action. I was gonna try to lay on hands, but it's an action. Trying to like calm the fire, like maybe stop being on fire.
Yeah.
But it's an action, not like a bonus. So I can.
He's scrolling back up and going back into the fight. Alara.
On fire.
He's on fire.
On fire.
Okay.
Does he seem to be like? I don't know, because he has the heart of Ares. It makes you wonder, like.
Give me a perception check since you're so close to him.
Does he want, like, is that actually helping him because of the heart of the fire? It's kind of like perception.
Perception check.
What? Oh, there we go. Jeez, my brain just wasn't seeing it amongst the P's. No.
You don't happen to see it.
Okay.
What's going on there? Like if it's a detriment or whatnot, he's definitely very much like on fire. You can't tell if that's the equivalent of like a vestment's of flame or if he's like being burned alive. He's able to get up and keep fighting. He doesn't seem to be in pain. He is more than the battle yells.
It's difficult because like he is Phoenix, so like fire. Like maybe that's what he looks like in like an intense fight. It's like hard to tell. I imagine she's kind of like.
Yeah, it is hard to tell.
Do you want fire? Do you not want fire?
So, Alara, you're up.
I will run to the Gemini statue.
Okay.
It's up the stairs right here, right?
It is up the stairs.
Okay.
Effectively, it's close enough you can get to it.
Yeah, I don't think it's much of a difference to get there.
It's a broken pillar. This one looks more like the everything's like knotted up, effectively. So it's all like gummed up.
Knotted up.
Yeah, like so it's like the wires they're around aren't like neatly tied to the pillar, but rather they're crossed across each other and like all tangled as opposed to. And when they cross, you can see like little sparks that are causing friction, like live wires sparking at each other in a power plant almost.
Oh God.
So, let's see here. Gemini, yeah.
Did the fire help separate Bile a little bit more? The Ares?
Mm-mm.
No? It just caused more fire?
Are you talking about Aldebaran's being on fire?
No, the Ares one, because I restored it. Did it?
Yeah, he's still just as separated as he is, no more, no less.
Okay.
Yeah, they're playing tug of war with his soul. So.
It's fine. Who needs a soul anyway?
Mm.
It's just extra bits.
Dig somewhere eating popcorn. Yes.
Just waiting for it.
I mean, we've been watching Supernatural. Talk about souls.
It's a Alara. So when you get close to it, it calls to you, like to touch it. Even though there's like all these sparks. So first give me like a wisdom saving throw, because that sounds terrifying.
Yeah.
Like, grab the live wire.
Electricity is fun.
12.
Okay.
Ooh, I am worried Gemini might be the one that we both had to be at, because Gemini.
Mm-hmm. you feel like you hear it say like pick a champion.
Champion.
Mm-hmm. So pick a champion.
Atlas.
Okay.
Actually, weird thing. I've had a feeling that you'd say Atlas.
So you put your hand out, and it's just basically like, you know, pick someone. This isn't gonna work. Oh no, there's too many things to point at.
What?
Like they're all objects.
Oh, okay. Oh.
And when you do that, you get the perspective of Atlas, like you see through his eyes, and then the tethered connection like touches you, and like a spark of light. The whole entire room is blinded with white light for just a moment. And everyone is dazed, but when it's all said and done, like Alara, you are exactly where Atlas was, and Atlas is all the way over there, and he's like just grabbing onto the pillar for a moment, like trying to fix the knots. Like he needs to fix this so that you're not in front of Bile. He's like, ah!
Oh God.
So yeah, you're standing at the bottom of a giant dragon. You're at the front because Atlas was right in the front. This thing is like up, house-sized, and it is Bile's turn to do things.
Oh no! Oh no!
And because it's advantageous, it rolls twice.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, set back to victory would be Alara. While this all happens, and you're just like, Daffic. Bile swipes, and just seems to have a thing for grabbing you, because it did it last time too, and grabs you like in one of its palms, and like holds it up and looks at you. This like its eyes as big as like your entire torso. Like, I will drink the pain of the gods and become a god myself. And like you can, his breath is just rank. Like, dude needs a toothbrush. Yeah, it is foul. He is the black decay, including tooth decay.
He does have that too.
Did you brush your dragon teeth today?
Just Atlas smells like Atlas twice a day. You know, after every meal. We're at after every meal now.
Yeah.
So, Alara, one, thematically, you were grappled, and I know you have options to get out of that, but we'll cover that not this turn, but the next. Cass, Aldebrand runs into battle. Everyone's running into battle.
Yeah.
But it is your turn to figure out what exactly is you're doing. Atlas is freaking out, understandably.
Okay. So seeing that they just got switched, and like Kat's like, I don't know how to fix that. So she just kind of looks and she's like, Alara, go to Capricorn. And I'm gonna run to Gemini.
He's currently in the
I
air.
know. I can't get her. Yep. I think it's because she knows that she can get out of there because she's gotten that situation before. At least Cass trusts that she can get out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And Cass is going to try to run to Atlas to help because Atlas looks terrified. Which I think if I run, I can get to him. Like don't do any action, just completely run to him.
Let me just do a quick like DM check. So 40. Yes.
Yeah.
So you really like doing the Rocky Balboa thing. Like most of that is stairs.
Yeah, just like all right, now up this set of stairs.
All right, you run, and Atlas is like just futzing with.
Yep.
He's climbing up the pillar, like just hanging off of like one of the wires, like trying to take care of the knots on Gemini. All right, but first.
First. Does Alara get to do anything?
No, not this turn. The setback is setting you back.
Ah.
Good.
Okay.
Two neutrals. The battle rage is on.
Neutral.
Yeah. So Alara, you don't get like squished or chomped on or anything. Everyone is doing their damnedest to make sure that you don't get annihilated in the process. Like Aldebrand finally comes back in and he finds a good foot to drill into. Isaac is doing a series of bolts. Frederick is doing his best, but he's kind of like Bilbo Baggins or Frodo in this group. He's just like, I have Sting! I'm helping! Whereas Ty's like, I have the Prince of All Saiyans! Just like sundering a piece of bile while you're getting like whopped around, very Lord of the Rings style, to a troll. All right, now Alara, you're done being throttled like a newborn. Now you can do something, and also Cass.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming I hear Cass shout that.
Yeah, you can hear.
I hope so.
So while I'm being held by this terrifying and really stanky dragon,
He's got a deep stank.
I kind of like look at the dragon and then look back down to the Capricorn pillar, and I'm like, that's not happening. Poof, gone.
Yep. And he goes to like chomp like right where your head would be, and he just chomps Stardust. Just, and since that's a bonus action, in the grand scheme of things, I'm assuming you're gonna try to fix Capricorn.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you touch on this one, it's resources. Let's see here. Doop-a-doop-a-doop.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We don't have Gemini typed up, so I'm gonna have to figure out how much I remember that one.
Yeah.
All right. These are going to be, because of the way Capricorn is, these are all quick fires. So the timer on this one will be very, very short.
Ooh.
So literally go with like the idea of first thought, because that's all you'll have time for. Ready? I'll give you a quick countdown. Right?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. 5, 4, 3. For every step required, the boop for the next.
Will.
To boop, unwavering.
Tread.
To build upon, boop.
Itself.
Until, and then
The end of time.
okay, yeah, you get to the end of time, but that last moment, like pillar of like blinding, like swirling light comes from Capricorn and creates this huge vortex that's now in the air, and everyone's got this nice hero wind going around them as Capricorn like lights on this unending, unrelenting like dust storm that's circling the area. And you've restored Capricorn. Put you over here. Victory. All right, Cassandra.
Yep.
As the wind picks up, you're there.
Uh-huh.
And like Atlas is there, like on this thing, doing full monkey, just grabbing these things, like trying to hold on and trying to also detangle these things.
What am I seeing, hearing, anything?
You're not, well, currently you're hearing Bile, the fight, and now the wind. But as you approach Gemini, it has this very similar thing to Alara, where when you put your hand to it, it kind of calls to you. It says, choose your champion.
And I have a feeling that they'll just get yoinked. What if I say Atlas?
Do you say Atlas?
Yes?
All right. You say Atlas, and for a moment, like you lose your vision, you start seeing through Atlas's eyes again,
And he's freaking out.
and he's freaking out, But then, just in one moment, the two of you look at each other, and that unravels the entire thing as you look at each other like this almost infinite mirror. And like Atlas falls, which is a significant distance, mind you. Me. Again, tokens are being a bit of a bizzle.
Yeah.
But the Venusaur vines of Silver's light reattach themselves to Bile and begin to further pull him apart as you are successful.
How does Atlas look?
I mean, you can't tell because he like literally the equipment falls off a cliff.
Yeah.
Like he falls 40 feet away from your vision.
Oh God.
Can I run to like here?
Not yet. No. Like
Okay. I just want
last
to see if he's
thing-
okay.
you can do it in your next act. The next time you have declarations
Yeah.
coming up. Yeah. All right. Oops, wrong button. Roll.
Oh.
This is
Oh,
the
no.
choices. Choose a hero for an ill fate to befall. Can be any of the PCs, NPCs. It cannot be like, I choose it to befall Aldebrand or Isaac's familiar. It's gotta be someone of
Gotcha, like
substance.
some.
Can we choose Bile?
Someone of substance. That is the heroes.
I would say thematically, it would make sense for it to be Aldebrand.
Okay.
Because he's on fire, and because of like what's going on with Ares. It would make sense that something happens with Aldebrand.
Okay. So, when that gets untangled and Bile's silvery form is pulled across more, Aldebrand, who's completely immolated, is like drilling, and the drill activates and starts like drilling into him, like inches, then like a foot, and then he can't quite pull it out. And you see it's like this big hand come in and it's like go, and the drill is still stuck into Bile, but Aldebrand is not. He is thrown. Alara is the person thematically we hear the dull, wet thud against the wall nearby him.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Dull, wet thud.
Oh.
You
I don't-
are.
Oh, I don't like the wet. Oh.
With a bit of crunch.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Cool. Remember that guy, the police guy that like melts in the locker room?
No. No, I don't remember a police. Oh, you mean like in Supernatural? I'm assuming, and not just like a weird thing of someone that melted.
You remember that time back in 2015 when there was a locker room melter?
Remember that police guy that melted?
It's Supernatural.
Yeah, like please.
No, it's the locker room melter. He wanted grilled cheese sandwich. He got an extra melty. So that's the long and the short of it. Isaac, being team distraction medic, is going over to see what he can't do to alleviate the situation, leaving it just Frederick and Ty versus Bile. It is Cass.
Yes.
You're 40 feet up and seeing like a almost tower-esque view of the battle. You've made some serious progress on it, but you've suffered some setbacks of the I would say near fatal nature. Yeah. You've lost Atlas. He fell off a cliff. Aldebrand got like dragon swiped against a wall, but he's still on fire.
So that's at least something.
Mm-hmm.
Like at least because I imagine all that Cass can see is that like he got thrown and then there's fire. Mm-hmm. So for her, I think the fire is a sign that it's okay, that he's alive.
Sure, whatever you gotta tell yourself. What is Cassandra and Alara doing though?
I would like my intention is to go to the tip here and jump to here to see if Atlas is okay.
Okay, go ahead and give me an athletics test and an acrobatics test. One for the both. We'll see how you stick the landing because it is a 20-foot drop. Okay, solid jumps. Let's see how you land. Solid landing.
Ooh, nice.
I'll give you resistance to the falling damage. So you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage, as it is still like not exactly parkour safe landing space.
Yeah.
And you skid a bit. Atlas is okay.
Okay.
He's dusting himself up and running up the stairs. So you'll
Okay, so
actually
he's
you'll
able to
pass.
get back.
You'll be passing by him.
Okay. I just want to make sure, like, can he go back and is he okay?
Yep.
Now with all that, I don't think I can still make it to the cancer thing, but
You can't.
yeah.
Like Atlas like is finally showing signs of like a budding hero because he kind of like gives you the like a smile, like a Subaru smile.
Oh.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I got this. And he's got his sword out, his Destiny Blade. He's like, you can definitely tell he's gonna do like the running, jumping, charge attack from off the cliff, like bar none. What is Alara doing?
I am going to start heading over to the Sagittarius one.
Okay.
Like, as I shift on my feet at that moment and I hear, like, Aldebaran get smacked, like, I kind of, like, pause for a moment. There's, like, this, like, panic. But I don't look back and I just keep going towards the next pillar.
Okay.
This might be weird. Like, well, it's again, trying not to do super mechanics, but can I touch Atlas and give him heroism as he runs by?
Sure. I mean, he's about to, like, do a hero dive, so it makes sense.
And so, like, as he sees, like, that smile, she's just gonna touch and give him heroism.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and he does. You can definitely tell that he's with the wind that's whipping around this area in the astral wind, one might say. He looks extra heroic. His hair does just the right amount of anime flopping around with his like cape billowing in behind him. He is JRPG like to the max, big sword and everything.
Yeah. It feels right in that moment, right? Like he's just running in and be like, "You got this."
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see how Bile handles life. The battle rages on. So things are starting to take their dramatic turns as more and more of these vines, silvery vines, are like lashing out against a chained Bile. But Isaac is going over to like Aldebrand and trying to treat as much of his wounds. The vestige of fire that he was leaves his body and floats over to the Ares pillar and just stands like atop of it and just stands there like atop of like a tower. So like his spirit is somewhere else and his body is just completely broken. And Isaac like just stands up if there's nothing more that he can do and does his channel divinity to blast back off. So they're going full bore against Bile currently. Frederick again.
Yeah,
he's further balancing it.
Well, yeah, like I imagine like seeing Aldebrand fall and like realize he couldn't do anything.
And,
turning that anger to Bile.
and Atlas does the like a good big old slash like from shoulder down to hip to slide back down into the fray of battle with heroism. Like the battle rages on. The battle rages on. Meaning that it is Cassandra and Alara's turn to do something.
I'm going to skedaddle over to some cancer.
Good.
Which, she's very familiar with. Not cancer. The rest aspect of cancer. I need to clarify this.
Good.
No.
Okay. So you get to cancer. And unlike the rest of them, it's not clear what to do with cancer. Like, it is unresponsive. You've got no visual cues, no emotional cues, no audio cues. It's just this pillar itself, and for lack of a better term, the lights there seem lazy. Like, they seem slack. Like wet noodles, as opposed to taut bowstrings the rest of these are.
What happens if I touch the wall, like touch the pillar, and then sit and kind of like give myself like a resting stance and just touch it?
Okay. Cass, you touch the pillar, everything goes black.
Am I gonna fall asleep again? Am I?
So, Alara, you're too far away to see it, and there's a dragon. So, like, legitimately, the other player's character has no idea what's happening. Like, except for Cassandra is no longer speaking.
Every time. Cass and Cass.
Just cancer! Just cancer! All right, Alara.
I don't see that happening.
Nope.
So I will Sagittarius. Yeah.
Okay.
Does it speak to me?
Do you need to black out and just lay on the ground for a
No.
while?
Interesting. Okay.
Oh. That's always concerning.
God.
Which Sagittarius?
Yeah, it's
Oh
philanthropy.
yeah, all the.
When you get close to it, it's your staff that begins to glow, and you notice that the owl that's been watching you flies closer to your side and perches on one of the like rocky parts that jut out behind you. But it provides no other context. There's no words. There's nothing like reaching out to you. Very similar to Cancer. But it seems very like there's something missing. Like when you, it's kind of hard to place. Like when you're looking at something like what's wrong with this picture? You know something's off. Like Men in Black. What is that kid doing? Looking at advanced calculus. Little Susan here is plotting something. It's like something's off.
With the owl.
No. With the Sagittarius pillar. Yeah.
And where is the owl located?
Behind
on your shoulder or
Behind you. Yeah.
Might want to ask the owl.
And even what's curious about the Sagittarius thing is the wires themselves, like those vines. They are still connected, but they're like elastic. Like every single time they do something, they just get thinner and then thicker, like rubber bands.
Oh shit. Does this pool mean anything, or can I not see that?
You can't see it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's like in a room.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything.
I would maybe ask the owl. That seems like a good one to ask the owl.
I will turn around and look at the white owl. What are you trying to tell me? I don't. What am I supposed to do?
The owl looks at you, and it speaks in Celestian's voice.
Oh, well, okay, that's gonna...
Summon your champions to strengthen it. And then he goes on to say, Aries, Gemini, Atlas 3. Should be enough strength.
Atlas 3.
Atlas 3? Aries?
Aries.
Oh, Gemini's Atlas the 3.
Atlas 3, yeah.
Okay.
He is telling you what summons you have available to you.
Summon things! Summon things! Summon things! Summon things! Be a summoner! Summon a carbuncle!
I nod and I look out to this battlefield, and I bring my staff up, and I start swinging it in a way where it's kind of like tracing where like the lines would be for like the constellation Aries. And I try to summon the Aries.
Okay. And you do on the very last part, the very last like point in the stars in the constellation. You notice that the fiery vestige that was Aldebrand begins to dive like a comet towards Bile. And you notice that some of the vines in Sagittarius then strengthen these red fiery lines. So you're on the right path.
Ooh.
Also, in doing so, it means that I'll be rolling twice, or checking the results twice and picking the worst of the two, in favor of you guys.
Oh, okay. I was like, no. Ooh.
Which the worst on that is Fortune, which means that when you do summon Aries, or evoke Aries, that it dives and does a huge like meteoric blast into Bile. That recoils him, and the fortune is that the heat of this cast, like you wake up like have this fireplace feeling, like you're waking up to like a warm morning, eggs and bacon.
Excellent. Making pancakes.
Pancakes, making bacon pancakes, and you wake up, and when you do so, you notice that Cancer itself begins to be less noodle.
Okay.
So you were, I wouldn't say rescued, but you got like you don't have to deal with like half of that cancer's trial or resolution.
Oh.
Yeah. So the fortune is like the Ares piece of it took care of it for you.
Ooh. That was good timing.
Very good
Because
timing.
cancer keeps knocking out Cass.
Yes.
It wants Cass to sleep. It just wants.
It really does.
He's like, you look tired.
Take a nap.
All right, so now it's turn. Alara, there are two other strings that seem to still be elastic on Sagittarius, and Cassandra, you have now woken up.
Summon something else. Summon something else. Summon something else. Summon something else.
Okay, well that went really well in my head.
Yeah, the party below is like.
So I'm gonna do the same thing with the staff. So I spin it around and then I come back and I start basically tracing the Gemini constellation. And I throw my staff and I like kind of like hit the actual constellation that's being traced in the air and then summon the Gemini.
Okay, and when you do that, now there's a red line and a blue line.
Ooh.
And what you end up having when it's all said and done is you can start perceiving through everyone else, like clairvoyance.
Ooh.
Oh.
So you can start. At first, it floods into like Alara. You flood into it like you're like the central comm unit. You start hearing everyone and seeing everyone, and as the summon starts settling down, you hear like Isaac filtering it through and just giving you like a channel at a time to go through. And finally that information like that all goes into and has like the lines. It's blue. It looks almost digitized like binary across the line.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
That's dope.
And Cass.
So cancer is restored?
Cancer is restored, yeah. It's no
Okay.
longer wet noodle, it's full noodle.
I'm hoping. I've not heard screaming from Alara, so I'm gonna hope she's okay. So I need to make my way over to Libra. That's gonna take some time. So, I think I should be able to jump to here.
Yep.
And then go as far as you'll let me towards the stairs.
Yep. I'll let you get to the top of the stairs and go ahead and roll athletics to see how you stick the landing.
Okay.
Actually, your athletics will help me figure out how far you're going. How about that?
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, I'm like, I know what I want to do. Let me know.
Yeah, you can get to the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So then, yeah, I'll get here. Because I gotta get to Libra. Okay.
Okay.
And then I think I can probably start seeing a little bit of Alara. She's like, oh, hey, Alara. See, so you're doing some stuff at Sagittarius. Like, I see. I'm very.
All right.
That's something for after talk. It's about Sagittarius.
All right, seeing all the lines together, like bile is getting pulled more and more, like separating two different parts of him. And he roars. Roar! And his roar gets like, yep. With all the coordinated information, it really looks as though Frederick, Atlas, and Ty are just very, very coordinated. Like their strikes have very little pause to them. Almost like they're like the same entity. Like they'll like knock his head to one side, get hit with Sunder on the other. Like a good like
Yeah.
Frederick gives Atlas a leap up, who like does a smack down, which means you'll get more action economy on your turn.
Ooh.
So, go ahead, Cass and Alara. As you're restoring the pillars.
So, if it's more okay, so I'm gonna have to dash. So I imagine the 30 feet will probably get me to the top of the stairs, because 15, and then it's 20 feet. So get me right about there, and then
yeah. So you'll get over to one of the final pillars.
Yes. I don't know. I have more action economy, but I don't know if that means that I can start working on it. So.
Not yet. Alara.
Okay.
What are you doing with your action?
Following the guidance of the White Owl, I will then...
It was Atlas.
I can't, but he's already there. I can't really...
Maybe, maybe it's like a spectral or maybe just all of a sudden Atlas is going to appear. I don't know, like maybe just think about Atlas and try summoning.
Because you have, we'll use your fortune with that. It's Atlas eats souls, and he's a special creature, so you're really channeling into him and his sword, his destiny blade. So you do have Bahamut, so to speak. It just happens to be Atlas.
Okay. Okay. Knowing that, then, I'm going to actually not summon Atlas at this point.
Okay.
Shit, wait, the Sagittarius is still broken, though, isn't it?
Has one that's still not there. So you've got two-thirds of it fixed.
Did you want to wait for like a cast to work on Libra so they're both done at the same time? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah. But he said Celestian said it should be enough. But he didn't really say that it needs to be those particular summons.
He did. He just said that those three would be enough.
I would say while he didn't say it need to be those specific summons, it probably should be those specific summons. But if you have another idea, you are...
How many? Okay, I got 12 charges. I'm going to...
Just going rogue buck.
I'm going to summon Leo.
Okay.
Because on my sheet it says Hunter's Mark on 4 allies, so it'd be the 4 up front fighting him.
Yep.
While I'm waiting for Libra to hopefully get fixed.
Okay. All right, so you give that to the 4 frontline fighters then. So everything, Yep. With Leo, you summon and finish the constellation of Leo. You notice that 4 of the major stars in the constellation, like, dart out and like mark out like almost like paintballs on him, but they're very make him very vulnerable. And the party makes good use of this in their current state of coordination, because now they're very coordinated and know exactly where to strike.
You hit him with paintballs.
Yeah.
Astral paintballs.
All right. Cass, I'll give you a heads up on Libra. Now, you won't get a chance to answer it.
Okay. Ooh.
It's a question.
Okay.
Who are you?
Okay.
Yeah. Bit of a trickier one. Let's see here. 1,
Oh, I think
2,
I have an idea.
3
I
people.
have an idea.
Okay. Bile's getting wrecked up with the marks and the tactical battles that are going on. The 4 frontline heroes are blasting and really whittling him down. He looks bloodied, like everything is from his material from like oozing out of him. And his silvery form looks not as bright as before. Like, it looks weakened. So he is... Bile's in not good states.
That's a weird...
Fatigued might be better. It's not as lustrous. It's not as shiny. All right. So, Cass. He seems a bit more frustrated. He's roaring out, but his fear affects none of you, because within the past 24 hours you've heard it already. You've heard his crap. Heroes are fighting the battle like, yeah, we got this. We're only down 1 person.
All right.
So we'll start with Cass. Who are you?
I am the protector of the weak. I am the North Star.
And when you say that, you feel validated.
Uh-huh.
But it doesn't change anything.
Oh no! I was hoping North Star would do something because of...
Yeah, your Northsworn absolutely glows with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, thank you, like, validated. That is who you are, but that's not what it is asking.
So the question is, who are you?
Who are you?
I'm Cass.
I mean, you've already poured your emotions in that first answer. You said I am. So it goes now over to Alara. What are you doing?
I am Groot.
I am Groot. We are Groot.
We are Groot.
Yeah. As you can't tell, they get harder as we go along.
Yeah, because like I thought I had it. I thought.
Yeah, no, it's solid answer. In the
Right?
context, I think that you are. It's like, what is your identity? Is how you took that. Not what not what it's asking though.
I might need an owl of help.
You might need an owl. Yeah.
I request an owl.
I request an owl.
I thought the North Star was going to be it. I was excited.
So
I didn't realize
Cass is
that.
struggling with the of the two towers that remain. What is Alara?
So, I will. If I shout out to her, would she be able to hear me from here?
Yeah.
Okay. Cass, I'm waiting on you. What's going on?
Who am I?
I don't understand. I look to the owl. Do you know what she means? Can you help her?
You just hear, who am I?
So, the owl goes over and lands on Alara's head, and then looks at Cassandra. Like, that is the hint.
Owl,
And then,
man.
yeah, and then when she sees like Alara, like Cassandra's face is like, that didn't help me. There I found you, as if you were never missing but waiting, a part of my heart lost in creation made new, to be close but just out of reach. And while you percolate on that, Bile thrashes wildly. You're like, what? And as you have this connection across each other, like, Bile is like heaving at this point, like heavy breaths. And with the tethers that are on him that are strengthened from Sagittarius, he attempts to break the one elastic one, and it goes like a bowstring, tangles up with the Scorpio Tower, and when it releases, it just causes this vibrations that disturbs the Scorpio one, like breaks the wires.
Oh no.
Otherwise the fighter's doing a really good job.
You might as well just finish up Sagittarius because we gotta get over to Scorpio.
So I will. Atlas. What does that mean? And I think of like what flashes in my head is different than like the little human form Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
What flashes in my head is like this spectral constellation space looking dragon, like full grown looking. As I try to like cast a summon spell of Atlas.
And he has no. What's interesting with that staff is he has no constellation, so you get to make your own for him.
No. I just want to find like a little tiny baby dragon constellation.
So whatever comes, it's not like a right thing. It's like what's a pure thing. Whatever pure form comes when she thinks about this dragon and her emotions, like where she stops and puts emphasis are the stars. Where she moves is the lines between the constellations. And when she feels that it's complete and it captures Atlas, like Atlas, like steps back and like from his shoulders and like his back comes out these spectral wings. And then out of it further back, and like a dragon itself, like growing out of the back of him while he's there, and it's as though there is a spectral version of himself as a dragon.
Yeah, I'm like you.
Ooh, I like it. Yeah, Dracodus,
dragon.
And the spectral version of his dragon, like, begins to breathe fire all over Bile. And so that's currently, and Bile fights back to this by breathing his own breath weapon. So they're stuck in the Kamehameha battle
doing the,
of breath
the
weapons.
Harry Potter thing.
The Harry Potter thing, right?
The breath
Voldemort
weapons are
v
fighting
Harry
against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That is
that's
right.
cool. Oh my god.
And now it's Cass.
Uh-huh.
Who are you?
Uh-huh. You'd think in that time I came up with a better answer.
Do you want to hear it again? Because you did. That was one of your owl hints.
There I found you, and as if you were, it's what was in connection, and
It's so where you're at is Libra, which in this context is representing connection.
right.
And
as if you were never
the phrase for this part of the puzzle is "There I found you." Capitalize Y for you, as if you were never missing but waiting. A part of my heart lost in creation, made new, to be close but just out of reach.
Is it Alara?
Is that what you say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you do that, when you say Alara, you notice that there are different like stars, and next to you is someone who looks a lot like Alara.
What is it, Lara?
But it is, and then another one, and another one, and another
God.
one, and they
So
and like a series like of white spirits like go and they start repairing Libra, one at a time, like brush strokes, like just a little bit of time that they exist, and every little bit of them fixes all the wires until they're reconnected.
I missed the capitalization on you, so thank you for pointing that out, because that really helped. Like, he was like, hold on.
All right, the battle rages on. With the summon, I'm not going to roll for Bile. He's stuck in that piece, so we'll go back to Alara and Cass.
Breathing some fire.
And at the end of this, so it'll consume your turn as well, Alara. But when this turn is done, like won't have an action. When the breath stops breathing, Sagittarius will fix. That takes this entire turn. So really, question is, Cass, what are you doing?
Making my way to Scorpio.
All right, run over to Scorpio.
Which is 30 feet away. Okay.
Fantastic.
And it's on the same level.
It's on your level.
It's on my level!
Woo!
And Scorpio is deduction. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know. It took a while to deduce what you...
God.
Oh no. Oh, I don't like that sound. There's some...
So you're...
Oh no. Oh,
Oh shit.
The adjusting of the days is always concerning. Like what?
So what's interesting is the last one you picked would reflect how, we'll call it phase 2 works. So,
Oh no. Is this bad one to pick for phase 2?
well, they're all colorful. It just, when I think about what this color means, it's very interesting because it is deduction. And we've
Just
had a long,
removal.
lengthy conversation as players about what it means to deduce or deduct. So it goes... you get to the pillar, and what's interesting about the wires with Scorpio now that they're broke is that they're all of them break, but they appear to be invisible, holding on to Bile. But when you get closer to it, you notice that the temple around you, every step you take, you notice more of it's fading away.
Oh. That's concerning. Is it fading away to kind of lead to like the battle of itself as being the only thing that's highlighted? If that makes sense. Like if you take away everything, then you find the true thing that you're looking for.
Correct. Like as you step away, like the flooring gives way to what it looks like to be like a darkness with glitter in the distance, just twinkling. That you notice at your feet, it's not solid, but it's as though that you were underwater. So every step you take, you get closer to this pillar, more and more is reduced. And Alara would see that too. It's starting just everything like north of her like a wave. And you notice that on the pillar itself is just one like void, like a circle. Is one black dot. About as big as her hand.
I'm going to put my hand to the thing again, aren't I? I'm going to lose my hand. I'm going to lose my hand.
Well, how do you address that? Like,
I mean, if it's deduction, and like we had the long conversation, and everything is going away, then the one thing that is showing there, you can deduce that that is the thing that is important. I will touch my hand to the hand-shaped black dot.
okay. And when you do that,
cut off again.
No, it does not get cut off. As you put your hand into it, there's a sense of gravity, and all of the vines like begin to like thrash and wrap around as they bend. Like the wind is picking up from Capra, and it's like a port in a gale. We hear metal bending and churning against concrete. We hear stone like ripping up from its roots and its foundation as the solid ground gives way and pulls in like a black hole. And for a moment, everyone is swirled together in this hurricane.
We have done things. Alara, we have made choices.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh! What is this?
Oh, that's so cool.
It's
What
like
the fuck,
it's-
Bug?
It's cool and a drug trip at the same time.
Gosh.
All right, Aldebrand is still.
I had to pee.
Do you want?
It is 5. It is. Yeah.
Do you want to take a pee break now that we've been pulled into the abyss? It's a bathroom. Yeah. All right, take a bio break.
This has been really cool.
This is awesome. So awesome. I'm going to celebrate.
You have to
by
pee yourself in
peeing.
excitement. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Celebratory pee.
I will turn video off. I will keep audio on.
Okay, I'll be right back too.
Okay. I will also take this moment. Well, hello.
Well, hello there.
Welcome to the abyss.
I have a lot of questions for after talk.
Okay, well, it might be a shorter session. You guys did a really good job of progressing the yeah. Well, it's reaching a conclusion at the very least. Very
Yeah,
shortly.
where we were able to figure out the thing. I'm excited.
Yeah,
I like
only a couple snags. Most of them you guys had right off the bat.
Who are you? Why? Who am I?
Well, the I am and the who are you were a couple of the trickier ones because there wasn't a lot of context.
Yeah, it's just like, who are you? I'm like, well, this is who I am.
But that's
like,
also
no.
why you had a couple of
Helps.
phone of friends. Yeah.
Yeah, the pointing out that the U is capitalized. I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense now. Because I was trying to figure out, I was looking at it, and I was like, well, is it asking, like, who I am in relation to the U, like, to Alara? Like, is that what he's asking for? Because it's, like, connections.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to think there, but, like, being like, U is capitalized. I'm like, oh, it's asking who is the U in this situation. Okay. No, I'm really interested, like, for after talk, I'm curious how, depending on the person, specifically Sagittarius, did it have to be Alara that went there, or how would it have been for Cass, and then what Cancer would have been?
Yeah. Like, they would have changed.
Yeah. And then I'm also curious, because you have this, you said that it was going to change depending on the constellation, so I'm curious what other, like, maps you had to create for all the other constellations.
I mean, a few of them would have been Theater of the Mind, but
I'm sure.
It's like the 80% rule, right? Like, I created content for the most likely, and if we went outside the border, I would just say, hey, Theater of the Mind, but I happen to have one that fit this scenario. Yeah.
For Scorpio, yeah.
For Scorpio.
It makes sense, because that is I am a Scorpio.
You
Are
are a
you really?
Scorpio.
Yeah.
It's
Which,
true.
of what I know of Scorpios, I am nothing like a Scorpio.
It's true, and we can get to that in aftertalk.
Everything I read about Scorpios, I'm like, no. What is it? No.
Maybe you just need to unlock your inner Scorpio.
I don't know if I want to. Oh.
It's okay. I'm an Aquarius, so it all works out. Very DM-ly of me. All right, so you get wrapped around in this vortex, very Eye of the Storm style. So it's not, there is wind that came from previous, so you do have that feeling of wind, but for most of you, it's the same when you enter the temple, that inertia feeling, that gravity, that's whipping you around. And there's nothing truly stopping you, and you realize that you were falling from the very first time that you entered. You're just coming to terms that you are still moving through space or the astral when it comes to where you are. And now there is this fractal-like star field that you are within, and Bile is still present, and he has these vines that are all like wrapped around him as though he's like chains, very like much like a zebra. As a black dragon, he has a lot of these silver white chains on him that are binding him together, and then you can see that they're going into him as opposed to just around him. And there's a pause here, as Aldebrand is absolutely very dead. And the fire that was Ares is gone, but Alara, you have the feeling that you could always summon back Ares. People are tired.
Yeah.
Atlas is back to being like humanoid Atlas as opposed to demi-dragon Atlas of badassery. And Bile is floating here with everyone for just that moment, that break as the inertia starts to fall. What insolent fools. You think you can kill what is immortal. And while he's saying these things, you can see the threads, and it's pretty gross. Like it's like threading a needle, but through someone's body, like going through and like pulling him out.
Oh.
Like, and you see that the lines then like attach to the stars in the star field, and it's like just ripping his soul out of his body like an inch at a time as he's like staring at you, blood going down his jaw, All of his many wounds just perforated.
I mean, maybe we can't kill something that's immortal, but maybe we could lock it away in the astral sea. I don't... Cass, I don't know what to do.
Cass just kind of looks at him, because he, by all means, like, disgusting...
Oh, yeah, he's...
Vile.
He is, like, the idea of looking like a putrid wound, and he is Black Decay, so it kind of fits. Like, you're looking at, like, a festering wound of a creature at this point. Like, when he's injured, it's not that fresh red cut. It's like lancing something, like a pustule. It's nasty.
Oh.
And so, like, Kaz looks at him like, it's like, we did not ask for this fight. And we may not be able to kill something that is immortal, but we can stop you from hurting others. Oh.
Just like some coughs up some blood, and it's like more of his soul is like pulled away.
He's got some pustule bits.
Such arrogance. To think you can stop pain itself. Like his one good eye, the one that Ozzy did not like blast with Reap. You can see like the damage there. Like looks to us, ignore it. Looks like Frederick. Lock it away. There is a feast of pain in so many worlds. You don't think that like a good chunk of his like body like gets ripped off? My soul won't find another feast to dine upon. And when I do, he like leans in, like part of his jaw just like completely falls off. You can see like the raw teeth there. I'll find my way back to your realm. And I will feast there too. And Alara, you're familiar with like this, like from a mythology standpoint, religion. Like he's effectively saying like, I may be a dragon, but I'll become a demon. Because just be sent to the abyss. That's what demons do.
Oh, God.
Wait. No.
Wait,
no,
now?
Say it.
This is kind of messing with the idea of time because we're in the astral sea. We don't really know where we are. But didn't Revolution just talk about how there was a devil or a demon that they weren't sure what it was, but it was in Avernus? Could it be a bile?
You're in the realm of time and space.
Just thinking.
Jarvis, I would woo, but go lay down. I'll chat in a little bit, buddy. Lay down.
Jingle away, sir.
Jingle away. Give me 30 minutes, bud.
Like
that was out of character because I have no idea about those things. But that was just
so like you're having that inter-combat talk with your antagonist sort of situation.
Do I like the stars and stuff that are around us? Like, what is there anything that stands out to Alara in this place, spot in space and time that we are at?
What stands out is that you're in a place in the astral sea, and the astral sea isn't too far, like too difficult to get to the abyss, because the creatures that were attacking you were very demonic in nature. And one of the stars is the star from the system where Arhor'ha is, so you can spot that because, you know, Alara.
Weird question. Because we've been dealing so much with constellations, and Alara has a staff that essentially makes constellations.
Yes.
We see that the soul is getting split apart.
Yes.
We're surrounded by stars.
Yes.
Could Alara create something with the stars to contain that soul?
In a sense.
Like seal him into his own constellation?
Yes.
You could attempt that, yeah. You could create a constellation for Bile.
And keep him there so he can't get out.
No. You can create a constellation for him. You so
But
happen to create a constellation for Atlas. As you guys are mulling this over in character, like more and more is being pulled away. And we'll have the NPCs engaged then for a second while you guys are just like, I'm assuming Alara and Cass are just stunned. And
yeah, like I'm just trying to think of like options because it is a thing of like, what can we actually kill the soul?
Yeah,
what happens
I mean, like,
once it gets released.
Ty like walks past the burnt corpse of like Aldebrand, who also like shoulder checked him earlier, so he's not exactly like gonna cry over it.
Yeah.
And he says, "We've fought worse and won. If you want to come at us, I'd love to see you try. We'll do it again and again, generations and generations on our terms." And like Ty, who most people have forgotten who he is, like I don't think Alara or Cass have.
Yeah, no, they
No, they didn't. It's like
Cass, I remember, was one of the few that actually did remember.
mm-hmm.
I think Alara was in that number too.
Yeah.
It's like, and then like by like I was like, ah! Thrall of Targrin, big words. And he points Sunder at like Bile. It's like I am no one's thrall. I am free.
Oh, because one of his things was chains.
Mm-hmm.
And Cass, like on those words, like Cass looks at Bile, and it's like, so you come back to the realm, we'll just fight you again there. We'll just have to be ready for you.
And you can hear like the cracking of one of his bones from his physical body as like the spirit is removed, and it kind of like goes limp, and the gravity just like rips it backwards. You can see the bone exposed.
Don't like this imagery.
Oh yeah,
joke. Oh, we're getting a lot of the body bits.
Yeah. By 1,000 cuts, destroying Bile.
How many sassy retorts can kill Bile?
He just stares at Cassandra. Did not manage when I was on Arhor'ha for centuries. I will come back stronger and make the entire realm a festered land. Did you know, he leans down, like as like scales rip off. Entire civilization lived there, tribes, and they worshipped me as a god. Just as your realm will worship me as a god when I come back. Because you are powerless. You are insignificant, tiny mortals with little hopes and dreams and big ideas, but no means to accomplish any of them.
And at these words, because he's like getting all angry and stuff, like Cass is kind of sitting there and thinking, it's like, you're under the assumption that Arhor'ha will still be there when you're ready to come back out. We have a much bigger fish to fry in terms of Elo. Oh, yeah, we got
Elo.
Bits. We got bits.
And he looks to Atlas, the Elohimian, blood of my blood, bone of my bone.
Alice is nothing like you.
Oh, I don't like his bits.
Spittle just goes everywhere.
It's too many bits.
How do you think we become immortal? You want to kill me? Looks to Atlas. Go right ahead. Half the problem. But you won't. Because you can't.
Elohimian needs to is what gives the dragons their immortality?
Generally, soldiers. He like takes a deep breath. You could like see his ribs that are exposed, like expand and then close. More of his soul gets like just slowly like syringed out by these wires.
So to make them not immortal, we would have to kill Atlas and Kilo. So we don't have to kill him. Killing is not the only option here.
Perhaps we can seal him away or something.
Atlas looks to, because it's close to Cassandra and Lara. I don't like what he's saying. And he seems less like a kid. He's like,
Yeah.
just like, he's got the clenched anime fist thing. Like, I don't like the cut of your
He
jib.
does have some heroism. He will not be afraid.
I don't like what he's saying.
Nobody's
Really?
gonna kill you, Atlas.
That's not even a question. Do you
Yeah.
think you could do something to seal him, though?
Atlas like thinks for a moment. He says, "Yeah, I can take care of this." He
What
points.
would it
He points his like, oversized sword at Bile. If half of me created you, then half of me can end you. And he's like, roll insight. He's just either of you can roll insight.
Doing it.
Is it one or the other, or both of us could?
Or both.
One or the other.
Okay, I'll have you do it.
Oh. Well,
Oh! Can I give inspiration just so that she doesn't have a 5? I would like her to not have a nat 1
Sure.
in this
Sure.
situation.
Go ahead and burn one of your inspiration from the pool. It's Atlas is confident. He's just not sure of the how or the repercussions.
Is the owl still there?
Yes. Al's with you.
Cass looks to the owl. Like, we are in... Like, she hasn't really heard the owl talk.
Right.
So she's assuming she's talking, like...
To an owl.
To an owl. But she's like, you're... Okay, she's like... We are in Celestian's temple and Celestian's space. Is there something he can do or offer assistance? Or a place we can put Bile so he can't get out?
So the owl looks to Cassandra and adopts that masked form with the robes and stands behind Atlas and puts a hand on his shoulder and leans in and says something to him. If you'd like to hear it, you have either of you will have to roll perception.
Cass wants to hear it.
Yeah.
She's worried that it's gonna hurt Atlas.
Okay. So
Does Alara want to hear it?
I do kind of want to hear it. Can I also roll? I
yeah,
thought it was
in this case, you both can roll because it'll be like
Yeah.
one of-
Okay.
for each.
'Cause
A 12 won't be high enough. A 16 is high enough.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
So
was like,
Alara
"The fuck is
will
happening?"
hear the whispers that he leans in, and he says, "Atlas, this is a choice that you have to make for yourself. All of these dragons, their souls, as they are within your right to claim. But there is a balance that must be struck. There are choices that have to be made.
Oh no.
And there is no one who can make that choice for you but yourself. You will not be doing it alone, but you must be the one that uses your feet to walk forward there. Not someone else telling you where to plant your feet." And then he stands back up. And Atlas is like just thinking for a moment as Bile is being disgusting. And Ty like looks to everyone and like, and it's Isaac that speaks up. It's like, we have to do something. And he goes up, and Isaac takes the opportunity to just do something. And he starts like pelting it with magical fire to like blast it and like burn it, burn the disease away. And then like Bile like it isn't even like responding to it, like he's numb to the pain at this point, or like he is pain, one of the two.
Yeah, it's kind of like batting off like a fly that's like a mosquito. That's
and Bile looks to Isaac, who's just like burning away the infection, burn away the impurities. Very Elohimian cleric. And with his one bad eye that's been like sealed shut, like it opens, and it's just black like tar, like an infection that just like has laying there, and like it just like, for lack of a word, like cries tar.
Oh.
Because it's an infection.
Yeah.
And Isaac screams out in agonizing pain, like knees to the ground, like power word pain style, which is to say he's racked in pain. Bile then like looks to everyone else, and so everyone need a dexterity saving throw to avert looking at Bile's eye.
Okay.
Ooh. Okay. And I think you have a paladin aura, right, Cass?
Yes. Oh yeah, I do have a paladin aura, so everyone gets like a +5.
Atlas and Alara within 10 feet of you.
And then Panger was on the... Because it also emanates from Panger. So Panger was on Orion's thing, wherever that is.
Okay, so everyone else, not Isaac, Isaac's racked in pain. So you're able to like avert your eyes at the last minute. It was like, well, like, last... Oh, the pain. Eternal, blissful, wonderful pain. And you can hear, it's because you can't look at Bile, as he grabs Isaac.
He's gonna crunch him. Oh. Trying to see if I had anything that can like pull him back.
Yeah. So the first thing is he grabs Isaac in his state of pain.
Alara's will shout out, Isaac!
Ah! Like a lawnmower that won't start. That's my best Isaac in pain.
Oh god. Oh no. Can't get him out of there. I'm trying to see if there's something I have that can just pull him.
I'll send a guiding bolt at his hand.
Okay.
Arm.
Roll an attack disadvantage because you're doing it like blind fire. 14 will miss dragon. Yeah.
Damn. Yeah.
I doubt command will do anything to him.
Not to an ancient dragon, no.
Yeah, not a goddamn thing.
So. Alright, going once.
No, I'm trying to think like aid or
twice.
lesser restoration, something to get him out of there.
Unfortunately, we do have to move on, Cass.
Yeah.
Alright, so Cass is like thinking of her options and comes up with none in character. And it's Frederick that then goes up and looks as seeing like the blind fire and like Isaac being what he is. Frederick does turn his like gaze towards it, like he can't like blind fire, And you can see him also like racked in pain by doing it. And then he pulls out the daylight sword. And while like you could start hearing like the crunching, because Bile is still very weak, so he's like just palming things slowly. He cuts it, swings wildly at Bile, does nothing. And he like just drops to a knee in pain himself. Like he's next if he doesn't do something. And he takes out the sword on his back. And he takes it out, and you can't look at Bile, but you can see like the blade itself has this very black, like a cursed sword look to it. And he holds, like, he's just like on the ground, he just holds both swords, he's like, clangs them together, and it blasts him back. And it blasts Isaac back. So they're not in good condition.
I have a question about something I might be able to do.
Okay.
Lesser restoration.
Yes.
Would it do anything for what they're afflicted by?
In a normal state, no, but you're welcome to try.
I would like to try.
Okay. To whom and to what? Like, both of them are racked in pain, and both of them have just suffered massive physical injuries.
So...
Ty will also... As a paladin.
Yeah. I would do, like... I don't think I can do it to both of them. Because my whole thing was going to try to, like, touch both of them and...
Okay.
Just, like, help heal it.
Well, describe what your intent is.
Yeah, so intent... So she sees this, and it kind of, like, it jolts her out of her inaction.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I didn't do anything, and now this is happening. So she'll run over, and she'll just kneel down, and seeing them, like, curled up in pain, bloody, she'll just touch, and she'll just focus everything on just taking away the pain that they're feeling. This pain that is gripping them, that is making them, curl up in a ball. She's just trying to focus on just bringing light to replace that.
Okay.
Kind of like light to replace the tar.
So when you do that, and you touch both of them, much like you're in like space, like touching Frederick is like a black hole. Very much like an apostle of pain sort of situation. So it completely pulls you in and almost starts taking the life force away from you and away from Isaac, which Ty then goes over to like Isaac as you get pulled away.
Oh God.
And Ty grabs Cassandra with like one hand and then like the other like to connect with Isaac. So there's like this branch which leaves Alara and Atlas.
I see all this going on. I look back at the rest of the party and I look back to Atlas. I'm like, Atlas, you need to make your decision now.
And Atlas looks at Bile like in his eye, and he like you can see like he bites his lip or his tongue or something because like bleeding on the side. And he takes his sword up, and he just the whole he just runs right at Bile and just
He's got that heroism. He's got that.
And cuts him from head to tail. And what's left of Bile just like oozes apart, like very, very disgusting, like mucously. It's not like a clean like ooh katana cut. It's like ooh.
Oh,
like
there's
I just bludgeoned a slug, like it's nasty.
Oh.
And it's like an ooze. But what's left is the silvery soul.
The sound effects you're choosing today.
You're fighting Decay. It's nasty. If you're not grossed out in character, you'll be grossed out of character.
Nasty.
And then with what's left, Atlas takes a deep breath in and begins to inhale, Kirby style, inhale and consume bile. Like and like almost like threads, like the starlight like lets go, and lets Atlas consume Bile.
That's gonna have some effects to him as a person and a
Mhm.
dragon.
And that's what happens there. So Laura says, you gotta make a choice. He made a choice.
No one told him what to do.
Cassandra.
Yes.
So you're pulled into a vortex of pain. Eventually, Isaac and Frederick aren't dead. They're just, unlike Aldebaran, that got like very much like Splatterhouse.
Yeah, it's a lot of Cass saw that Aldebaran went down and there was nothing she could have done, and so she's like, I'm not letting 2 more people.
Yep.
Fall. Because my inaction.
So, Cass, the great deal of pain, eventually begins to like numb over or subside, and you snap too. So what you feel, very like Naruto style, for lack of a better term, is like 7 days worth of pain in an instant, like on fire for 7 days.
And I'm not going to do it because I'm in an apartment.
Just scream.
And I can't. But you hear, like, it is a, like, blood-curdling scream come out of her. Again, apartment. Going to respect my space.
Run over there and I don't know, just in panic, hearing them scream, like, I don't know, try to like heal them, like those are cure wounds or something.
Yeah, it's an emotional wound. Yeah.
Yeah. And try to, I don't know, just. Are you like? Is she out of that pain now, or is she still screaming?
She's no.
Okay.
Yeah, she does that like 7 days of pain in like a moment.
Is it blackout pain or is it just
It's
like
blackout
pain
pain.
and gone?
No, it's pain, but you like live 7 days of pain in real time and space. Alara would just see you go down, scream at the bottom of like your lungs, and then you restore consciousness.
So it's almost like what happened with Laura, where she.
It is exactly what happened with Laura.
Yeah.
But you're doing it in
Put
a
it
time
in like
space.
a snap second.
Yeah. The only thing that
else.
comes to mind is I think it happens to Sasuke and Naruto at some point in time, or maybe not Sasuke, but it does happen in Naruto once. Anyhow.
Oh God, I don't remember that part.
Oh, it's some sort of like the genjutsu where like they stab you 1,000 times if it just feels like a moment. It's like that.
Yeah, with like Itachi. Yeah.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, I'm gonna go over there and like just see if she's okay, basically. I run that way.
And like the pain is done, but I imagine much like how Lara was very stoic, like it accepted that it needed to happen that way.
Mm-hmm.
Like Cass has accepted like it needed to happen that way. Like she would take the 7 days of pain over people she was supposed to protect dying. So and I think like it just takes her a moment to kind of realign herself with where she is, because again, 7 days gone, pain in her mind.
I'm like cupping her face. Cass! Are you okay?
Is he gone?
Lara looks up. Is he gone?
Oh yeah.
And then she looks to Frederick and Isaac. She's like, are they in pain?
Isaac looks okay, as much as Isaac can look okay.
How does Frederick look?
Well, Frederick is the worst. Sad, which was about to happen. But, like the worst sword custodian ever, because he's got 2 like broken swords now.
God damn it!
You broke my sword, but it's okay.
Yeah.
That's it. I think when Cass looks to Frederick, which is going to be sad, because this literally the same thing that happened with Lara and him just did again, and there's something in Cass's eyes that like it looks like Cass, but there's like something missing.
Yeah.
A small piece. It's like she's Cass, but she's not 100% Cass. There is, and it's just from going through that. Like you will not be the same after going through that, and it's just like okay, they're okay.
Are you okay? What happened?
Pain.
Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing.
I have to bio report in Laura.
It felt I didn't know when it would end. I don't think I was here.
I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
They're okay. And she just like stands up, like it's not like it's like not a conversation.
help her.
Like she like
I help
stands
her.
up and
Right.
it's like she's like, they're okay. And it's like she stands up. It's not as tall as like she would have stood, but she's standing. She's like, okay. Okay. And then she looks to Ty, who she knows also. Like I imagine like probably before she went into the 7 days, the last thing she felt was Ty's like hand
Yeah.
on her shoulder, or whoever he's tying. She looked over to Ty. She's like, did you feel that too?
Ty looks to Cassandra only enough to pull you back. You realize like he's the one that pulled you out of it.
Thank you. And like
And,
she touches his hand, like he's not touchy feely.
No,
I know that, but
he's not.
like it is like the most earnest. Like she grabs his hand, and you can see in her eyes like just like how grateful she is. And she's like, "Thank you."
Ty looks to Cassandra and says, "From one person who thought he could change the world by himself, remember that you're not alone. Had I followed that example a long time ago, I would have not committed nearly as many sins as I did on my path." And then he looks like Troy would probably still be alive. Mercy is not weakness. But, and he leans in, going beyond your means is. What would have happened to Alara if you were lost here? Whenever you're gone, you do not lose the pain. It transfers to someone else. He looks to Frederick.
You're using those words. Out of character. Ooh.
It's okay, it's gonna get worse.
Oh,
He helps
no.
Cass up, and he, like, pushes her. Treasure yourself more. One day, yeah, he's got to end it wrong. One day you'll be as amazing as me. Okay, and
Oh,
then he
there it
walks
is.
off.
I would say that Cass is getting into that level. She's working on it.
Just working on it. And then, like, he helps Isaac, who's hurt, but not like everyone else. And Isaac is more interested in inspecting Atlas's new, like, is he gonna go dark on us?
What's going to happen?
Yeah.
He just absorbed a pain soul, and then Cass, like, what you up to? She's going to help Frederick up.
Yep. Frederick stands. He's just breathing.
And like
He looks to Isaac. Nods. Looks to Cass. Just doesn't say anything, just looks to Cass.
Yeah. And like Cass looking at this broken sword, like she's not upset about it because she's like, you use them for protection.
Guess you're right, he says. But we have to get home.
We do.
And when you do that, you notice like this inertia feeling is starting to pull at people. And the first person you see is the people that can't resist, which is like Orion's casket and Aldebrand. They're being like swept away. Like you are at sea almost, and they're being like pulled in a direction away from you.
Is this taking us back or further into the sea?
You have no idea. Alara has like a general idea.
Yeah,
that
but
you
Cass
are-
says that out loud because she's like, I don't know where that's taking.
Alara has an idea that if you don't like navigate a course, it's like being a boat in the ocean, a vast ocean, without any hope of hitting land.
So Cass will like grab them and she's like, I don't know how to navigate this. but she's like grabbing their hands and like trying to pull together. Like maybe if we're all together, we can navigate.
Mm-hmm. Everyone grabs hands. Wow. Goes that idea to grab hands.
And Cass will put like Aldebrand on her shoulder.
Aldebrand's already been swept away.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, just kidding. But...
Oh.
And for a moment, as everything is going in turmoil, there's just like a calm for a moment, like as though you're in violent seas, and out of nowhere, the waves begin to subside, and there is a star that like blinds, and then from the blindness is a figure, and from a figure, someone approaching the group.
I want you to know that out of character, I really want to say Jesus.
It's not Jesus. Maybe that's Celestian's like middle name, right? So the Star Wanderer, the deity, finally approaches after all this time, and with him at like half or third size is the masked creature, the owl, like attending him.
I also want to throw it out there that Pinger got back on Cass's shoulder before Orion's thing swept away.
Good. Okay.
Pinger is not lost into the abyss.
Wait, attending him? What do you mean?
Like just in attendance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like if he was going somewhere, he'd be the person like throwing petals behind him and like, you will always walk on the petals of the finest roses. But he's just walking. Yeah.
His herald.
And he stands there in front of all. A light when he speaks. Actually, when he begins to speak, it is the attendant that speaks for him, and says, "To hear the words of Celestian would destroy your ears. To gaze upon him would burn your eyes." And then looks to Alara, "Except for you. Would you like to speak with him in private, in a way that will not harm your friends?"
I look at the rest of the group.
Cass like, go.
And the attendant, masked attendant, goes to the rest of the group as Celestian has a moment with Alara. And like in context, like Alara goes up to Celestian's, like the top of her head would be his knee.
Oh, holy shit. That's a tall sir.
To get an idea, like legitimately talking to a titan of a figure.
Somebody giving hugs weird. Hug his shins.
Oh my god, I don't even know what to say. Oh my god. Or
I have a lot of inappropriate thoughts I need to write down. Bring it to aftertime.
you're a lot taller than I thought you were.
Celestian says,
Whoa.
You were
Sorry.
You were a lot shorter than you used to be."
Short burn. Burn.
Yeah, so he gets down to like a knee. Like and you have to understand like the context here. A god is kneeling.
Oh.
And he extends out like a hand, like big old platform hand.
How many shower tears will be shed today?
Can I like step on his palm?
You can.
Okay, I climb up on there.
All right, and he stands back up and like elevator hand. And you get like face to face with the god. Like I guess from foot to head, you're like looking at his Attack on Titan, Celestian style.
Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
And like blank.
Um, I'm sorry. It's just I I feel I don't know why I'm nervous to speak to you. Um, you know, through all of this trial, through your temple, you know, we heard your voice time and time again, but it sounded so painful when you spoke. And I feel like part of that is my fault. Who I was then and what happened to me.
So Session speaks. He's got that nice, soothing voice. Looking to the past can be painful. Wandering through my memories should help you be who you want to be in the present and the future.
I still don't know who it is that I am.
You are Alara. Need be nothing else but Alara.
But not complete.
That is my fault.
Why do you say that?
Because I have half of your heart and you have mine. It's so far away.
No, get it. No. Oh, the feels.
Jesus Christ.
But you came here.
Yeah.
So for a brief moment in the present, you are complete.
Jesus Christ.
I think Buck is going for a record of how many times he's going to make Alara cry.
I cannot go back with you.
Why?
Just shakes his head. It is one thing to reach for the stars. It is another to walk upon one's surface. There are other people who have just as much every right to happiness that would be ended should I set foot on that land. But it does not go without my blessings.
But what's already happening there now? People will suffer.
You've walked through my memories. Suffering goes back as far as thought and war. Wanting it to end will not end suffering. People choose to end suffering. They must do so by their own choices and their own merit to have any value.
And that's why you don't intervene now?
And an agreement.
Out of character, we were told that agreement.
Out of character,
Like,
I
I'm
am
trying to remember.
fairly certain you were told that
Yeah,
agreement
he
during the
cannot-
Aquarius, during the questions, right? Can you
Yeah.
help? He was like, no, I can't, and kind of left it there.
Yeah, it was one of the things that, like, in the agreement or in the pact, he himself could not help. It was put into the pact. That's why he can't.
And that pact was with
The Elohimian, so Elo.
Elo, yeah.
So he specifically can't help with the Elo thing.
Why did you make that so in the pact originally?
We make mistakes that we atone for in the present. And he looks around for just a moment. Imperfect creatures that we all are. Gods, kings, dragons, crickets, butterflies, all living things.
Can I know where I was when Gigareth broke me?
He smiles, like, as opposed to like more stoic me to think, yes. Believe you were on. He doesn't say believe, he knows. You were going through a field of flowers on an uncharted rock. As you were so wont to do, through melody and sound, you wandered and gave purpose to wandering.
Write that all down, Alara. Right.
You did not know that that place was to be destroyed when you were on it. And I am not wont to war, but I did wish ill on those that harmed you.
Oh, so little Alara, she like puts her hand up on its big god face. And she like looks up at him. And even though you had grief of what happened, isn't that what you and I are supposed to do, is to wander, and we don't know what those outcomes are. And what happened to me is just what happens when you are a wanderer.
Even now, you guide gods.
Oh.
Oh gosh.
Just while this whole thing is happening, just gonna put up the thing.
Alara, our time here is short. The window for you to return is closing.
No.
And even that requires a great deal of light to tether that place in here.
I don't want to go.
I know. But and he reaches in, and he's a god, so it's like he opens up like his jacket. It's just like the cosmos. It's not like a physical body.
Oh my!
Oh my! And he reaches in, and from one of like the stars, which should be like perspective distance, he like takes it. It's like a little, like a gem, like a pebble, but it's given like reality. Like this is actually a star, and his little tiny hand like puts it over for Laura, and it's just enough like two hands to hold.
What is this?
It's a piece of my heart.
Oh God!
I cannot travel with you, but know that you have never been alone. Whenever the feet that you use to move forward have ever felt lost, there is guidance. Wherever danger, there is safety. And although neither are perfect, and bad things will continue to happen, you will never be doing it alone. There is such a place on Arhor'ha to place my heart, so that you may have the same experience I have been able to enjoy with so many wanderings that you have done. That is the best I can do.
Do you think at the end of all this, at some point, all this can be fixed? Do you think I can come back to here one day?
And he thinks. And he looks to what he just gave you. Yes. If you want to.
Okay. Oh, God.
Do you want to ask where the place is?
Where is the place?
So he begins to like just like go back to a knee and like descend down. He says, "Deep in the festered lands lies a grove of flower and green. There is a vessel there of light that can contain the form of a god."
Oh my God!
No. Oh, sir. Oh, sir.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's going to cause a whole bunch of problems.
Know that much like you were not the same of the past, but of the present and the future, so is my heart that goes with you. And I know that in any incarnation that I grace eternity, it will always be yours.
Oh, I don't want to leave. No.
So while that's happening, Owl looks to everyone else.
Yeah.
And says, "This, well, like, you know, God and Allah are having a conversation, man. You're like in the back, right? It's kind of hard to miss. Kind of hard to miss. Yeah, I was like, look, he's to Cassandra, and then to Ty, and says, you must return. Just starts off like that. You must return.
Yes. But we need Alara.
You must return with Alara.
Yes.
He like looks up for a moment, like, and he's an owl, so like his head can do all sorts of weird crap, right? He looks up and then turns around. Yeah, oop, 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 I'm a bird. Then looks back down to Cassandra and says, to navigate home requires a bright light.
Yes. How?
What star do you use to navigate?
Yeah, I know. Just like, I know. Oh no, I got that conclusion. I was just like, ooh. And Cass like just looks down. She's like, a North Star.
Nods its head.
How do I guide?
The brightest star in the sky must stay in the sky to guide those on the ground.
I need to stay here.
Like, and Ty, being who he is, like, looks to the owl and says, you stay here, to the owl. The owl looks to Ty and says, only specific people could possibly stay here. And then Ty is like, you are not one of them.
Cass looks to Ty and she's like, it's okay.
Ty looks to Cass and is like, no, it's not. Nothing about this is okay. Why? Why should you stay? Can't they just conjure up a ball of light? Look, just pick one of the other ones out here. Then Isaac begins to go through theology for a moment. And Ty says, "Shut up, Isaac!" Atlas says, "Whatever we do, we have to do it soon. I can feel him crawling inside me. I need to find balance, and there's nothing here to balance me out."
And Cass like takes a deep breath. She's like, I did what I was meant to do.
Ty like looks to Cass and he's just frustrated. You're meant to do more, Cass.
Well, then you guys are just gonna have to find a way to get me back.
You better believe it, Ty says. And then Ty like goes, it's like, where is out? And the owl like motions like a place, just a place. And when they go there, the people get like floating. You can like see like a little bit of like light twinkling, like it's trying like almost like a hand reaching out, but it's a beam of light. Twinkles like trying to connect that thing. Ty takes Isaac and Atlas with him to follow the light that's trying to connect back. And at this time, you have Alara, Cassandra, and Frederick. Like at this time, like Alara, you've done the last moments. Celestian says as he stands back up, "It's time."
And Cass, like I don't think Alara heard what has to be done.
Mm-mm.
No.
And so Cass goes up to Alara and just gives her the biggest hug.
What?
And she's like, you are so much stronger than you think you are. And you are surrounded by love. And it is time that you found your way.
Why
Back
are you
to
talking
love.
like that?
And like before Alara can say anything, Cass like pushes her away to Ty. And she goes
You start like
down.
drifting like a rip current. Like
I hit Ty and I just start.
Yep.
Cass?
Frederick looks to Cass. He's got his two like sword and he just throws them, like all the fragments that are left of them are there. And he looks to Cassandra and says, "You shared some of my burden. I know that Alara is special to you. I will share your burden." Doesn't realize he's calling Alara a burden, but you know, it's Frederick. I'll be a stronger version of myself so that you do not have to worry. And then he puts like a hand out to well, I guess Cass keeps her sword on her hip.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he grabs like the scabbard and then like tugs at it like a new oath. One worth living for. Would you? So that you can take it off the scabbard.
Yeah.
So
And
it's
she
a very
does.
ceremonial thing. The Cass, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a strong person. I've betrayed people. I've been too strong to hold my own in anything we've done. But that's the past. And I need to borrow a little more of your strength to say what I'm about to say. I'm afraid that if you keep looking me in the eyes like that, I am going to not be able to say it.
So Cass like respects it, looks down, like and kind of puts both of her hands on his hands.
So he puts like hand over hand on the sword. It's like, I swear on this sword to be the light to the lost. I swear on the sword to be a compass to the wanderer. I swear on the sword to be a shield against despair. Takes a deep breath. I swear on this sword to be a sword against the darkness. Now unto the end of time. Cass, give me an athletics check.
Oh, I think I know what he's gonna do. Athletics check.
24. So you're holding on to this sword, and you feel like a push against you for just a moment, and then for some strange reason, you feel numb, like when you're waking up from a dream since you have cancer, right? Like, so you feel like this pressure. You feel this like push on your chest where your breastplate is. And when your eyes snap up, you are drifting back as well. And you no longer have, like, Northsworn, for one. And what all of you see as you're starting to drift away is, like, Frederick is holding the sword. And it becomes a spear of light. And the blinking light that everyone's drifting towards, like, connects to it, like, tethers. You guys then, like, slip and slide down the light through time and space. And it feels like there's no concept of time here for just a moment. It's just this sense of, like, disorientation until you look up and you see the familiar shores of Starset Lake and wash up on the shores as though the light guided you there. And you're not alone. You find other people are washing up like the river Styx up onto the shore. One at a time until all of your party's here. And, like, you've got, like, 12, 20, 30, 40, like, lost souls, like, washing up on shore. And that's where we'll stop.
And Cass is in the sky, right? Or is Cass there?
Cass is there. No, Cass went with. You were pushed into the void, the same as you did Alara.
But Frederick is there now.
Frederick is there.
Frederick is there.
Actually, we'll end with one more thing, because, you know, I don't want you to be on pins and needles for too long with this. In the lake itself, you see the sword, like, just in the lake. Like, as though the sword and the stone thing, the stone is the lake itself on the surface. And it's just radiating light.
Can I go towards it?
You can. You can go towards the light, and go toward light, Caroline. As you walk... You find that, so yeah, Cass and also, like, Alara, you're able to walk across the surface like water walk. So it's like, so you're able to walk towards the sword that's there.
I'm gonna put my hand on the hilt.
When you put the hand on the hilt, there a lot of the feelings of the previous sword's owner come back to mind. You remember the grove of which where you got it. You remember, and all the fighting Ty did with his sword, all the fighting you did with your sword and Troy's sword, mixed with the Daylight sword, because that was how it got reconstructed, and also adding in Frederick's sword, which is his life, and then you put your hand on it, and it yields to you, a fully constructed Holy Avenger. And that's where we'll stop. Very Luke Skywalker.
Hell yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, jeez.
And
well
now,
done, sir. Well,
we will go to After Talk.
Yeah! I knew I'm like, do a flash check. I'm like, god damn, he's gonna push me out of that thing and gonna take the spot.
Yep. Okay, moving. I'm gonna shut this down and go to chat.
Okay.
It's fine. We're just having a lot of emotions right now. I cried a little.
Who wants some shower tears? We all get some shower tears.
Oh my god. Well, first, I'm gonna ask because like this was again a lot of work that you put. How do you feel, Buck?
I feel good
after all of that.
I mean, I'm good. There's a lot in there. I'm glad a lot of the stories got to play out the way that they did. It was interesting threading it all together. To be candid, Frederick wasn't always going to do that. But I thought about the things that Cass said early on about being the light, and it felt very organic.
Yeah, I was gonna like it was interesting because I feel especially in this session, Cass was working a lot with Frederick.
Yeah.
To get him to a point. And I'm like if I hadn't done that, would it have been Cass?
Yeah. It would have been Cass.
But
Cass would have been the person that could be the light. Like, Frederick wouldn't have believed in himself enough to take the mantle.
Well, that's interesting.
This is why you don't give boosting talks to people.
No.
Well, there are, like, all little nuances, but after a certain hour, like as Cass goes, like, he would have seen, like, Lara there and Mig with it's just, like, not exactly alone up there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What is wrong with you?
Ask our previous players, I guess.
Well, I'm curious to who came back because you said like 12 like lost people. I'm like, who did we bring back?
Oh yeah. So we're in after talk. We'll get that during like. There's a lot.
I have a lot of questions.
Tack that one down. There's a lot that Saviors did to save people at the temple. But Cass, what was your favorite moment? It was a very unorthodox D&D session.
It was. It was so good. I mean, there's just a lot of moments that were my favorite.
All right, well, just run down the list. What your favorite moment is plural. I mean, I will take as much praise as you'd like to give me. You can give me ego chicky nuggies all day.
Honestly, it was all amazing. There was no point where I was just like, oh, and here's this lull. Like, everything had impact. Everything it ties to, like, other lore. Like, there's, like, so much stuff that tied to it. So, like, I really liked the idea of, like, the pillars, and then we had to, like, restore them. And then, like, towards the end, where, like, it really hammered in that idea of, like, you can't just kill me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not how this works. And it really just put a thing on, like, I don't think they were ever planning was like, oh, we're just going to kill you. But it's just like, well, we can, like, continue, we can find some way. And then for the only thing that could work was for Atlas to take him in, it reminds me very much of Nova and Solus. But the only difference is that Bile was never a part of Atlas.
Yep, but he was part of Elohimian, which is the kind of like we're dancing around. And it's designed to give some color. Like, you have other dragons, so if you try to like whack-a-mole them, it's almost what the dragons want because they can win that way. It's like the Muhammad Ali method. You can hit me all you want, I'm gonna win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I had thoughts, but since I had thoughts about, like, time travel, that's again when we get to talking points. But, like, the whole thing with, like, Alara and Celestian, like, that... Oh, God, it just hit hard, and then...
Yeah, and, like, from Alara's perspective, because she didn't hear it last time, and there's only so much you can navigate with the scene. Like, Alara would have heard the words, I love you, on the way back. Like, after...
Oh, God!
Because last time around at Starset, he said it, but she couldn't hear it. This time, she would hear it.
And, like, for Cass, the struggle, with Cass going away, kind of the thing of, like, it was one of those things where she had, like, already talked to Alara about, like, hey, if I die in this, like, you have to move on without me.
Mm-hmm.
And Cass pushing Alara away wasn't because she didn't think that Alara would go away. It was that if Alara said anything, that Cass wouldn't have the strength to do it.
And that's what I found the grand irony that Frederick really puts a lot of Cass by example, because Cass is the North Star. So Frederick's like, I will be the North Star. So he like really took a lot of examples from mimicking a lot what Cass did.
Yeah. It was just I like it was just such a good session. But so there you go. There I went through a list of like almost everything. Laura, your turn.
Yeah, Laura, what was your favorite moment or moments, plural, since it was a very rich session?
The entire thing.
The entire thing. Oh, 3.5 hours on that was just phenomenal.
It was. Oh my gosh, I love the fight. I loved how it wasn't like the mechanics and just kind of like, oh man, that movie theater in the back of my eyeballs was in full blast this session.
Oh yeah, like playing Final Fantasy for so much really helped with the visualizing the whole fight.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's what we get back to, like, more of, like, I don't, if it's just a roll and no flavor, it's like, wow, you missed. What do you mean? It's like, well, I want to hear, what are you doing? Like, play the action roll.
I cannot get out of my head, like, the Zodiacs, but, like, how the summons in Final Fantasy are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, them being Zodiacs, and now I want to draw all 12. Like, as, like, these summons. Oh, God. It's just... it's so badass. That was really, really, really cool. And then I'm gonna be crying all evening. Oh, Celestian. And then Cass is like pushing Alara into like the void thing to go home. Like, God, my heart is hurting today. Yeah, it was. Oh God. And, holy shit! Yeah. Just that's my statement.
I don't know. Is it DM? Do you have a favorite?
Yeah, I was asking you, like, what was your favorite moment?
Yeah. I'd say always, like, together, the best thing is seeing things come together, like being able to give some real weight to actions one way or the other. And so frequently do bad things happen in Arhor'ha. It's very nice to see the good things that happen. Like, it's unfortunate that Frederick's up there, but I got the feeling when I was playing that up is that it's him taking, like, control of his life.
Yeah.
And also being the one, like, who saves the saviors, so to speak. And, like, it gives him this point of pride. So it's really this bittersweet ending for Frederick was probably my favorite moment, because he was very raw character. So it was nice to see his sort of bittersweet ending, or his outro. I'd say that was my favorite moment. Trying to figure out how to play Frederick out was always a very entertaining thing, because he became, from like a background character to something very substantial.
Yeah, I think like this session in particular.
Yeah,
and
the one prior to, yeah, the last two really amped up.
Yeah. And I think it was really seeing how he reacted to putting his sword in there that, like, made Cass be like, he needs something. Like, it kind of made her be like, I need to help him. I don't know how or if I'll be able to.
Yeah.
But, like, that action, like, you don't do that if, like, a soldier that does that is broken and needs help getting back together.
There was a Tales game, I think it was Symphonia, that I think back to, where there was a character who was a martial artist who did something that he couldn't forgive himself for. I think he killed somebody. So he put chains on his wrists, but he still fought, but with his feet. It was kind of like that idea, like, I will not use these hands again.
Yeah.
Like, it's very, very solemn, which is very true to Frederick's character.
It's bad because it also reminds me of God of War, the fourth one, where, like, the guy is, like, all super murdery and he uses these like swords that are attached to his arms. And that's how he fights, and he killed so many things through, like, Ares. Like, that was something that, like, Ares gave him. And, like, the most recent one, he actually detaches them from his skin, like, tears them off and fights with something different, because he's like, I can't bring those back. Like, I need to be a different person. Like, I can't just go to violence. Like, when he finally, like, figured it out, but then towards the very end he realized that he had to use that to win, but on his terms, and so he eventually, like, brought them back.
The idea on his terms, and it's nice that they are now part of Northsworn, like 2 more swords.
Yeah. Jeez, Cass got an intense sword.
And intense shield.
That's cool.
But we'll move
And
over
an
to,
intense shield.
yeah, the kinetic shield. So like she's and breathless. She's actually pretty well decked out. Like her 3 like attunement slots are, from mechanically speaking, like she's done.
I'm actually really curious because, like, again, it does kind of go into mechanics, but it's always the idea of, like, we always talk about how, like, Sin is really strong.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, if Sin and Cass fought.
Well, let's bring into the after talk here, because to bring, like, we'll call Celestian Cell or some crap like that.
Yeah.
Because you're putting the two groups in the crosshair unwittingly. Yep. So after talk,
I feel like
topics. Go ahead, Cass.
Well, okay, like, first off, let's go into the thing that Paolo is going to have Celestian Soul in him, and if there's anyone that's going to have a big problem with it, it's going to be Gig. Don't think I missed that for a second. It's like, it's in the Festered Lands. My God, it's Paolo. I'm like, oh, God damn it. Gig's going to be so pissed because he hates Celestian because of the whole thing, and you're going to be like, I'm just going to pop Celestian into your best friend here that just died. Just
his body, to be clear. Like, he's
just his body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
His soul went like, to also be clear, because it was towards the end of the session. The light that connected, that was also Paolo.
Oh.
So like the beacon threading out, Paolo.
Was Paolo like erupting? Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because it went to what he said that he would be for Gig. He's like, I'll keep the light on for you. Well, now he's half of the tether.
Oh my God.
The other half is Frederick, right?
I was excited, but I don't think I'm right. When I was like with like the bile thing, where you're like, he can come back as a demon. I'm like, wait, they were talking about there's a devil in Avernus, like, and time.
Well,
like,
devils,
like,
I will say devils and demons are different, but it is an interesting twist, right?
Yeah. It was just like a thought, but then when he got yoinked in by Atlas, I'm like, okay, so not that he got nibbled.
Well, I would say this: if that was true and player actions took away from, and I try so hard, except to not do time jumps because of that, then what ends up happening is that fate has to find a way to re-tether reality, or you create tears.
Yeah.
Which is why Paolo was like, you will sit here for 6 months and do nothing. You will not. Yep. You will do. We will give you magical food to eat, books to read, but you're doing nothing.
You look at that wall. Here's a book. Here you go.
It's very like an end game. Like you will return back to the point in time where you left.
God, that must have been like the most boringest 6 months.
Oh, Sin probably was.
Sin.
That's like worse than Avernus.
Right. It's like there's Avernus, and then there's Avernus, and this is Avernus.
Yeah.
Well, like, so the inappropriate thought that I thought of with Alara and Celestian.
Go ahead.
So,
we're
like,
still on stream.
like,
go ahead.
Like, because you go. Well, no, like it's not as inappropriate as it could be.
Good.
It could be much more inappropriate.
I'm sure.
But you're like, you go up to his knee. I'm like, I hope he's wearing pants.
Oh my
God.
Oh my.
Well, you saw what his body looks like, so.
Well, yeah, like, and then you saw like the stars. I'm like, okay. Like when you said that, I'm like, okay. But like that was like, it's bad that was my first thought. I'm like, I hope it's. And then Laura looks up like, what? I'm curious because we are still on stream.
Yes, we are.
I don't know if you can pull them up, but I'm curious as to what the other maps were that you were able to create, depending on if like how many there are, like, and if it's too much of a pain in the butt to pull in the other maps.
It's too much of a pita. Like a lot of them were like half baked. They're like this one here is more of a picture.
Yeah.
So of that nature. This was easily my favorite one, so I'm glad that it went in that direction. I was also planning to use that if you guys, I would say the failure condition, it'd be the same like place and time, but without the tethers. Which would have been very bad.
Yeah. But we got the tethers.
You did get the tethers, which gave you some talking time with Bile and like discussing descriptions of Bile, and Atlas got to just decide on things with less pressure, at least on his own terms, what he wanted to do.
My other question was, what would the trial of cancer been?
Oh, because you got knocked out of it?
Yeah.
It was rest, so you were like after every turn, like try to wake up like pins and needles, like waking sleep.
Oh, okay.
So instead, it woke you up, like it ended your rest.
Gotcha. So it's like a jolt of like, get your ass up.
Correct, Mundo.
And then the other one, because Sagittarius was so particular to like Alara, what would Cass have had to do if she got to Sagittarius? Like, how would that have changed? Because the other one seemed pretty much like, oh, like you're just answering questions. Like that one felt very pointed.
Well, it would have been very similar. But with the exception, it would have been, I don't think you've seen it. Fate Stay Night at Limited Blade Works. It would have been more like that, where you have a field of like swords, and as opposed to summoning, it would have been grabbing all the swords that made up Northsworn. And so instead of doing summons, it would have been attacking with those. Very
gotcha.
Right. There would have been a means either way. The only one that was very not were the ones that required multiple people.
Like Gemini.
And also like Libra. Like without having the context of knowing who you're talking about, the connection piece of it, also you're pretty smart about it, because if you had not done Libra like last or around that time, or second to last, it'd have caused problems because it connects them all together. As you notice, like towards the end, it bound everything together. Like that's
What was the deciding factor for which constellations went down? Was it just like a roll of the dice, or just?
It was a roll of the dice. I did put them in your path. I did do some like director ask what would make more satisfying feeling as opposed to RNG. So something that you guys could then like skip to. So it wasn't I gotta go back and do a fetch quest for this one all the way over here. So,
yeah, I did notice that, which thank you, because I saw that you're like, can you break another? I'm like, oh god, that's gonna be like all the way the other direction, or like where we just were. But yeah, you were kind.
It was story over numbers. So there was we went through all of the potential things that could happen in that list, which was neutral, setback, misfortune, and fortune.
Yeah.
Yeah, and everyone had potential misfortunes, and those are the ones I wanted you guys to call out. But I mean, it could have happened that misfortune, like every single one, people died, but it didn't. That's good.
Yeah, like misfortune could have been rolled many more times. I think my last question, because I want to leave some questions for Laura to ask. Aldebrand on Fire.
Aldebrand on Fire.
What was that?
Aldebrand on Fire was him connecting with Ares, because he has it on his heart and soul.
And what did that do to him?
It fused him with Ares, the constellation, which goes a bit more to like legitimately part of like the new constellation, where Alara has the ability to recreate the Celestials with her staff.
Okay.
Oh god.
Like it's literally like a battle for survival. They're always the same like entity, because they're echoes of Celestian's journey. That's how they're his host. So if one has strayed because they are sentient creatures, he's not evil. But if they have strayed, they can always be replaced, so to speak.
Okay.
The same thing is true with the dragons, which is why it has to be someone like Elo or Atlas.
Right. Those are my points. I will leave the rest for Alara.
Yeah, that's a good talking point. Yeah, there was a lot that occurred this session.
A lot happened.
Alara, talking points.
Shit, I had some and then they're gone. One of them being, so like if we're back at Starset and like say Alara like looks up to the sky, would she see the constellation of Atlas now?
Yes. and the
Does Frederick have it?
Well, he's got the North Star is Polaris.
Yeah.
Okay. What's my other question? God damn it.
People rolling up on shore.
I have a question about people that rolled up on shore, but I don't know if you can go over.
Yeah, like who are they?
The people that have been dying in Aurora that were lost.
Like in what regard?
Like if you die and death ain't working right, like your soul is just like lost and wandering. It's very much like the sending of the fates that Una does. So now it's like they have a place to go, and they can some of them can wash up on Sora, some of them can like find a way to Celestia instead, depending.
Okay.
Oh.
Which will also tie in a lot to what's going on with like Clyde and Alcina, because Clyde, regional manager of death events in Aurora, now is like, well, and the area that you're at, it's becoming gonna be Starset Keep because of Orion, but that's all like future stuff depending on when the stories of these characters continue, or if not, I'll just like these are the things that will end up happening naturally.
Yeah.
Okay. And the piece of that star that Celestian gave Alara.
Yes.
Yep. We're supposed to put that into the body of Paulo, and oh my god.
That's correct.
Yep.
Because those characters don't have much context in the Paulo, just that he is a vessel, and he.
Cass does. Cass knows Paulo.
Cass does. So that's it. Because I remember Alara is like, "Why you judge me, you judgy judgeroo?" So I mean, that's the last I remember Alara talked about Paulo.
Yeah, Alara's like, "How dare you choose who you gets to see?" That's some bullshit.
So
I think
then
Alara and Sin share the same thought for that. I think
would that vessel then be like a mini Celestian?
Yeah, it's the same as it's no different than Alara and her deitic form. It would be this person and Celestian being the deitic form. That's why when Alara was like remiss, like, can I come back here? I'm like, you could, if that person replaces me and you replace your previous deitic form. Yes, becomes more of a title.
It makes me think of because we've been watching Supernatural, kind of like when the angels take possession over a body.
It's the one where they took possession. The demons took possessions over comatose patients.
Yeah,
because Paulo's soul is not in his body.
Yeah, it's like it is literally an empty vessel just sitting there.
Yeah, and to recap, like the problem with Paulo is that because he touched the positive plane, which is just for the record a very bad thing to do. Like you live to death. His body was living so much that it was burning his own soul away. So his body can't like die. It's effectively immortal, but a soul can't be housed in it. It would be destroyed. And it's like, well, it's the perfect vessel for a god's body. Same problem with if you're going with Supernatural, like season 4 and 5 with Lucifer.
Yeah.
So like Alara would have to basically ascend and also my brain. Well, guys, see you at level 20.
Yeah, that's the level 20 path. Like that's I ascend to godhood.
Well, buckle up, DM.
Buckle up. Well, you gotta keep playing Alara for that to happen.
True. Oh my god. Okay. Other questions I have. The piece of land that Lara was on in the astral plane, did that have like any other meaning other than it was just like a random event?
The temple?
No, like where she was broken, like
because she was in the field of flowers.
Yeah,
it has no name. So the way that Celestian was trying to articulate is that the person in Alara, if you go through like all those memories, they were about himself and then finding Alara and why it mattered. Like she is like the muse. She's like light and sound and color and like reason. And they went out and did their own things, and she was just doing her own thing and found just a rock that interested her. It's like a cool, shiny thing that was inspiring, and she just happened to go there. It didn't have a name. And from the perspective of a utilitarian thing, like which is like I am a janitor, I clean up space debris. Like it was like space debris, gotta incinerate you. Whereas the deitic entity of Alara was like, look how pretty this is. Look at these flowers. Look at the sounds that these like birds make. And then I am burned alive.
Oh my god. Okay. Is the goddess version of Alara, is that like an actual thing in D&D, or is it like a made up homebrew thing?
It's a bit brewy. There is reference to Greyhawk deity Celestian having a paramour, but Greyhawk wasn't developed all that much. There's a lot of wiggle room, so we're wiggling in the wiggle room. Whenever can we're canonically accurate. Like Celestian does have an owl, and as you've probably seen, like drow aren't evil because of such and such, right? Like you see the rings in the tree when they develop out lore. The same is true with Celestian, because like he doesn't look like he does in some of the older Greyhawk books, and we'll see, and we'll hold to it. I think that they're reviving some of the Greyhawk material, so we'll have to like reconcile it against Aurora lore. Great writers at Wizards, mind you, but we'll always have some degree of our own brew. This entire story, I can't recall it being anywhere in the books, so it's tailored to.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I give lots of thoughts to like what would make a wanderer wander and whatnot. Try to be authentic as possible.
Yeah. No, it's awesome. Oh, and then
very what Farplane Titus Una story going on. Yeah.
It is. I love it. And then she's like, "Well, that's just what wandering does. You can't be grieving over it if you're the wanderer yourself."
I know.
My heart.
It's like, still, and it's interesting because literally, Alaris continues to be the thing that like keeps the gods going too, and that aspect's like, yeah, I was in great despair, and then I found you. So don't discount everyone's individual actions. Like, don't dismiss people. But it also, people weren't perfect. It was interesting playing out the very like Greco-Roman god style of Celestian. Like, I was angry. I asked the cops to go seek out my version of justice, and then I realized I was wrong.
God admitting that they did something wrong. That's pretty powerful in of itself, in a way.
Any additional talking points?
No.
Okay. Cass, did you come up with any on the back turn?
I mean, I'm seeing how, like, this set... no, go. Do you have another question?
I forgot a question to ask Celestian. Fuck.
It's always the case, right?
What was the question you were going to ask?
I want to know where all the other fragments of Alara, like, what happened to
them. Yeah, he would.
Good question.
I mean, he would have said, but I think it's one of those wherever they wanted to wander.
Yeah, like wherever.
You saw a bit of them with I think it was Connection with Libra, because they helped mend the threads. And Laura was there with Frederick at the end, along with Mig.
Right.
I wish, honestly, it's probably like it means something to Cass, but I feel like it means more to Frederick.
I think it means a lot to both of them from the perspective of like Cass was once again trying to like shoulder all the burden.
Yeah.
And like just like Cass was showing Frederick a different way, Frederick wanted to show Cass a different way as well. Like he looks up to Cass, and now Cass literally has to look up to him.
I did like it was interesting because it, like, as soon as Cass was told that it was her, like, it made sense. Like, it wasn't something she was gonna fight. She's like, no, like, this makes sense. But I did like having Ty's point of view of like, no, it doesn't. Stop it. What part of this makes sense? No.
That's such Ty too.
Yeah, like, you get a it's like you get a different bright light, and I felt bad, but like the whole thing of like, then you'll just have to get me back. It just reminded me so much of when Iolanthe had to say that to Ty, of like trying to get Ty back when he went to the other world. It's like, I will get you back. I'm just like, oh man, oh.
Ty and his constant abyss wandering. Man, I had something I was gonna bring up too, but I completely forgot it. With this good topic, this throwbacks.
about how awesome this session was?
It was a great session. Yeah, it was very unorthodox, very floaty, but very good.
Oh yeah.
Man.
I have so much shit to draw now. God. Damn it.
I was so excited when you're like, you get to choose what Celestian's, or not Celestian, what Atlas's thing looks like. Oh no, she's going to draw it.
Mm-hmm.
You know she's good.
I now have something I can tattoo on my body.
There you go. Oh, there you go.
What's this? This is my a dragon child from D&D Constellation.
Yeah, but think about it. Like, how bad... Like, not only does it play into, like, my love for astronomy in real life, but also my love for D&D, because it ties back to D&D. Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's it. That's what I want.
Done.
Done. I
Hey,
want
like,
to draw that constellation. Like...
It goes to, I think, like, the only... I want to have a tattoo eventually, and it's going to be of the crystal heart.
Yeah. Oh, I remember the thing that I forgot. So going back years, because I don't forget things. Like, everything ties together. It's very not like, I felt that today we're going to have Frederick jump on the pyre. Woo! Like, there's typically a lot of threading and layering buildup. Recall that Gig called you the new constellation and the North Star. As far back as, like, season 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, specifically North Star. She got that because of Gig.
Uh-huh.
Mm. So, wait, why new constellation, then?
You made a new constellation.
So how the fuck is he reading the future, then? Because you said he
Paolo.
Paolo, at the time it was Paolo.
Yeah.
Which also makes sense because Paolo was the one... If we're going, like, according to what he could see, he would have seen that, because in the Astral Sea it's different...
Or a different version of it. Like,
different,
but perhaps it wasn't Paolo that was supposed to be the tether.
Who was supposed to be the tether? Okay.
Gabriel!
Gabriel?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, everyone had a part to play.
Oh my god. My brain.
Well, and that's also, why he was a bit more perturbed about Gabe and the splitting and everything else.
Mm.
So, like, from his perspective, he had to get all the Gabes together.
But when he was trying to get Gabriel with, like, Nova.
Uh-huh.
That makes sense now.
Because he's a little space bunny.
Oh my god.
I wasn't pleased about it, but I mean, like, the thing that, like, is always interesting, like, Gig, why do you do it to us? Like, look, the world's insane. I just laugh after a while. Very, very Joker-esque. It's like, that's $500,000. Like, I'm gonna burn it. See what happens. Just see your faces when I burn $500,000.
Yeah.
So Gig. Yeah. And next session we'll get Rev, and I believe by then your character will be back. I anticipate doing a lot more with that party. But again, Saviors has such a rich storyline too.
It really does.
Yeah.
Like all three of them did. Well, these two did. Survivors had more of an emergent storyline as opposed to an established one. Like, one's Minecraft, one's playing Final Fantasy X. Like, it's different.
But I kind of like with the two groups, like, you get context for other things, like what Revolution is dealing with, like, in certain things. Like, we're getting kind of context through Saviors of, like, different aspects of it, and, like, Revolution is getting different aspects or, like, insights into stuff that Savior's dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
I mean, they're gonna go head to head, like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the whole thing of, like, between Cass and Sin, you're like, well, maybe. But it is an interesting thought because, like, Sin is strong.
Mm-hmm.
Cass is strong in a different way.
Yeah. Just different powers there. I don't know.
And it's such... Oh, it would be... You know, like, the visual of it would be just so good. because they're such opposites in like the effects of what they do. Because like Sin covers herself with like fire and blood and everything, and like Cass is just like sunlight and stars and like sparkle.
It would be like our version of the Sasuke and Naruto final battle.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it would fucking be. Holy shit, that'd be cool.
Well, we're not doing a battle royale.
But
there might be a crossroad of characters at some point.
But it would be interesting because I think of like you kind of think of the revolution mindset of like we've got a Sin, like she's like super strong. Mm-hmm. And like you guys have fought strong things, but like most of the time like Sin is really strong and can like overpower it. So I think it would just be just like the visual of them like seeing like Alara and Cass and like Atlas in his human form, just like a kid, and they're like, "Oh, we've got this." And like Sin runs in, like, "Oh yeah," like Sin runs into fight, and then immediately Cass just like hits her with her shield, and it just like erupts and starts like, "What the fuck you doing? What is this? Stop it!"
That'd be so cool.
It makes me think of was it Civil War, like the Avengers Civil War?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Well, I'm gonna let y'all get to your shower tears and let these dogs out. Good session. Great session. Let me close down stream.